on the reconstruction of the province of KwaZulu-Natal following the disasters, because most of the time after disasters, the provincial budget gets affected, and you see certain departments having to make sacrifices as there will be budget cuts owing to the funding of the infrastructure in that province. So I'm hoping that that will be done at the national level. But lastly, when we close we closed 2025, we had a gathering of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, which was in KwaZulu-Natal. In that PF, we also took resolutions that were saying that let's build these resilient communities across the countries that are in the region. So I'm hoping that there would also be more that is spoken, integrated, not only looking at KwaZulu-Natal, but the readiness of South Africa in its entirety. Because as KwaZulu-Natal, once we hosted SADC PF, we own those resolutions. We want to see them, and we don't want other provinces going through what ourselves and Eastern Cape have gone through.
And I must commend you for the successful hosting of that event. Fortunately, I was there. Now, Speaker, often huge amounts of money have been allocated for flood recovery, but there are recurring concerns about procurement irregularities and slow service delivery. So what oversight mechanism is the provincial legislature putting in place to ensure that every rand intended for rebuilding actually reaches the affected communities?
We have also been worried about that, which is why when initially at the beginning of this year, the Portfolio Committee on COGTA at the National Assembly visited our province. We fully participated. Our chairperson was there, and I was even there myself, because we want to have a particular program now that is going to assist municipalities to ensure that what is due to them comes to them. But when they spend them, they also spend it in an accountable way. We have the Speakers Forum that is going to be sitting, the Provincial Speakers Forum that is going to be sitting in March, where we're going to ensure and look at how ready are our municipalities. But also the Portfolio Committee on COGTA is working closely with the other relevant committees in the legislature, that includes SCOPA, to ensure that there is accountability. As we speak with you, we are aware that our own SCOPA has been concluding hearings on departments on matters that were raised by the AG, but other matters that relate to 2022, areas that still remain unfinished in terms of the reconstruction that should have taken place. So as a province, we are readying ourselves through an oversight that is impactful, but an oversight that will include the affected communities through the COGTA Portfolio Committee, the Public Works Portfolio Committee, and the relevant portfolio committees, be it in education, because others in other areas, schools were affected, and we need our portfolio committee to be poised to look at that.
Now, Speaker, before I let you go, what is your message to residents of, say, Umkomazi, Nongoma, or Ladysmith, who is watching tonight and wondering whether the province can actually deliver the recovery it promises?
It goes to beyond those. My message goes beyond those areas. I want to include Umgungundlovu, because Umgungundlovu has always been also affected like that. But I also want to speak to the people of Uku. I may be a resident of Uku, and people think that I do not see them. We see what they have been going through, especially with the recent floods. I am saying to the people of the province, we must listen to the president. But after listening to the president, it must not end there. Hold us as your public representatives accountable. Participate in our public participation platforms that we have, the mechanisms that the province is having. We are already taking this year we'll take the youth parliament to Uku, while we are taking other parliaments to other areas. We want people to be ready to make us accountable. Make your public representative, that is having a constituency office in your area that you reside in, because there are constituency offices in all municipalities in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Make them accountable. But also, do participate when government comes. I know that when government comes, sometimes we want to stand as if it's political parties that are there, and we want to speak to them in the language that would favor political parties. Once you elect us into office, we are your servant. We represent you. So you must ask us questions. ensure that those unreported cases that you see in your community are also brought forward so that they are dealt with.
Thank you so much, Speaker, and I love the call that you are making for people to participate in government programs so that they can also be part of these processes. Thank you so much for taking to us.
Thank you.
Well, in just a few hours, the President will deliver the State of the Nation address here at 7 o'clock. But I've just been speaking to the Speaker of the KZN Provincial Legislature, Ms. Nontendeko Boyce. Please stay tuned.
What are the few challenges as faced by youth of South Africa?
Okokuqala, challenges that we face as the youth of South Africa, it have to be job opportunities. It happens that we are funda, then ugqibe and you graduate, but awufumani umsebenzi.
Okay, so let's say you are a president for the first time then. What are the challenges? Okay, let me just say, izinto ongazenza to make those challenges faced by youth zibe a little bit lesser.
Yeah, I will create opportunities for graduates. Kubekho mhlambi if we graduated, then kube khona lo learnership uzokwazi ba upractice kuyo. And also we know ubana eSouth Africa ayikho imisebenzi, even though sonke sifuna xa sigqibile ufunda sibe nemisebenzi. But I will make sure ubana xa ufundile, there are companies that are gonna take you ukwazi ukusebenza pha kule ndawo uyifundele. For example, wenze journalism, but ufundile wagraduate uyigqibile yonke into, then I will maybe ukwazi ba wenze i-interview yakho, internship yakho kulo newsroom leyo. It can be SABC, it can be News 24, so that ukwazi ba nawe xa ugqibile ukwenza loo nto ufumane umsebenzi.
Okay, so as a youth, we are dealing with a lot of crime rate there. When as a person, what do you think can be tackled okanye yenziwe ukuze maybe crime ibe less?
Your into crime is very big because noba ungathini abantu they won't stop the crime. But for example, if mhlambi there might be cameras ezindaweni that kukho abantu abaninzi, for example shopping centers, outside the shopping centers ezingenazo cameras. And also kuyenzeka ubana mhlambi uxuthelwe ifoni on the street, student uhlala eBhela kwi-private accommodation, usuka esikolweni uya endlini and then uxuthelwa ifoni. So I think nasezindleleni kufuneka zibe khona i-cameras so that sikwazi ba sibe safe as students that are staying with the private accommodations.
Okay, so for youth ehlele ekhaya ngeyiphi advice ongathanda ubanika yona?
Youth engafundanga okanye efundileyo,
like youth as in general.
Advice engayinika youth is that abantu they must study, bafunde, so that bakwazi bamhlambi even though ingekho imisebenzi ibe khona into umuntu ayenzayo, because ngoku even if usebenza eShoprite or kweyiphi i-shopping center funeke ube nayo grade 12. So even if okanye umuntu uyekile ufunda kwa grade 9 or kwa grade 10, ngaba advisor ubana okanye umuntu aye noma kuse college or aphinde esikolweni aqalele from grade 10 so that abe nayo grade 12 at least.
Okay, enkosi.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has, in terms of the Constitution, called for a joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament in liaison with the National Assembly Speaker, Ms. Togo Angela Didiza, and the National Council of Provinces Chairperson, Ms. Refilwe Mtsweni-Tsipane. The joint sitting serves as a platform for the President to deliver his annual State of the Nation address. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and priorities for the year ahead. The joint sitting is scheduled for Thursday, 12 February 2026 at Cape Town City Hall at 7 p.m. Watch the State of the Nation address live across Parliament's platforms and follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag Sona 2026. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Did you know The State of the Nation address will be held on Thursday, the 12th of February 2026 at 1900 hours. The proceedings will be broadcast live on Parliament TV, channel 408, and live streamed on Parliament's YouTube channel. Did you know the State of the Nation address marks the official opening of the annual parliamentary program? It is convened by the President in terms of the Constitution to provide the nation with an update on government commitments and to outline the program of action for the new financial year. Did you know the State of the Nation address sets out the government's key policy priorities for the year ahead? It provides the President an opportunity to speak to the nation on the general state of South Africa.
And in just a few hours, the President will deliver the State of the Nation address, setting the national agenda for the year ahead. But Sona is not just a national event. Its implications resonate deeply in every province, shaping priorities and responses at the local level. Now, joining us is the Speaker of the Limpopo Provincial Legislature, Dr. Makoma Makhulupech. Doc, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Stepo, and the viewers there. Thank you.
You look gorgeous, by the way.
Thank you.
Speaker, let's speak to how the State of the Nation address sets out the tone for the year, but also sets out the tone for what the State of the Province address might have to touch on. What are the preparations there in terms of Limpopo, and what is it that people can expect from the State of the Province address?
We're here today to listen to the State of the Nation address. You remember that the State of the Nation address is informed by the 5-year term of the 7th administration. The President is coming here to say in the 2024, he gave us the 5-year term priorities. And on an annual basis, he comes here to tell us to say, in this year, what is the progress that I've done in the previous financial year, and what is it that is setting the tone for the year? For the provinces, for all of us to say, as and when we do our work, we must remember that as we do the plans are aligned to what the priorities of the years are. So you know that as the Limpopo Provincial Legislature will be doing our SOPA on the 5th of March, and we expect that the Premier obviously should be following in the same manner that the President has outlined the plans for the year, and she will be doing exactly the same thing on the 5th of March.
And of course then, Speaker, it's important then to have proper provincial scrutiny, even after the Premier has delivered her State of the Province address. What mechanisms does the legislature have to rigorously scrutinize the Premier's speech and to ensure that it not only aligns to the State of the Nation address, but it addresses the issues that are specific to the Limpopo province?
Limpopo province, you will know that as a rural province, it's a province that we have got issues of water, we have got issues of roads, we have got issues that affect our communities now, and I hope the President will as well talk to it. The issue of load reduction. We no longer have load shedding, but unfortunately in the province, there are areas where they consistently have load reduction, where the electricity is always cut for a number of hours, sometimes it's for the whole day. So it's something that obviously we'll expect the Premier as well, that she has been doing some work with the Minister around that in terms of how they're going to resolve that matter. But the issues of now infrastructure, there's challenges that we just had recent floods, which unfortunately we must take this opportunity to send our condolences because we lost a number of family members there,
more than 30 people. Some of them, we haven't found them. They're still trying. And we must thank the president, because immediately when he realized that the floods were so devastating, it took himself to come and see what is happening. We hope the state of the province of the national address as well, he will be able to outline how the national government, in terms of the disaster, they are going to be supporting the Limpopo province around that.
And of course, Speaker, you're speaking about the devastating floods that happened in Limpopo. Now, how does this natural catastrophe fundamentally alter the priorities and the tone of the standard that has been used, but now for the state of the province address and for Sona?
Like I've already said, that we've already have issues of water, you have got issues of roads and other infrastructure, your housing, your education, but job creation is a big issue as well. That our young people wants to hear. What is it that because Limpopo has got priority, it's got some like you are mining, you've got mining, you've got agriculture, we've got tourism. That are areas of the economy that can be able to be explored. And as and when we talk about industrialization and manufacturing, it's where we must be able to create jobs. So while we're supposed to be expecting a lot of money to go that direction, but you will have now to find resources going to infrastructure development, because if a lot of bridges have been taken away by the water due to the floods that we had, obviously people can't connect from one village to the other or from one town to the other. You need to reprioritize in terms of what needs to be done to ensure that people are connected. But we think, as and when we invest in infrastructure, that must be able to assist us to create more jobs and ensure that the young people that have gone to TVETs, that have got qualifications, are able to be absorbed when we are working with CETAs as well, that can be able to assist with the FETs and other colleges.
And Speaker, of course, you play a huge role when it comes to the provincial legislature. And as you lead the legislature in the 7th term, what have been your core strategic priorities to strengthen its role as the pillar of democracy, to strengthen the oversight role, to strengthen accountability and public participation, and ensure that the work of the province is done efficiently and effectively?
In the 7th administration, I must say, we're so fortunate as Limpopo legislature, because we used to have more people who were older previously. But now, our members in the legislature is more young people, and they are very energetic. What they say to me, Speaker, we need more support, because we need to do the oversight. And they're doing the oversight in the true sense of doing the oversight. And we're so happy about it. Like, for example, now we have a committee that was just established for the first time in the 7th administration, that we call Pandemic and Disaster Committee. As we speak, from next week, they will be going all around with other committees, your Coxstar and other public works and other committees, to go and do the oversight on the disaster itself, so that when the MECs come to report to them, already they come from the ground, they've seen what is happening, they know what our people want. And as part of that oversight, one of the committees that is very, very, very active, we've got a committee that's called Petitions and Public Participation. That committee has been dormant, but in this administration, it is very active, that they're able to do a lot of public hearings where, when the community's issues are not being attended to, that committee says it cannot be. We need executive to account to that and make sure that our people, and many issues have been resolved now in the last year that we just came in, and we're very happy because a lot of our communities are happy. The other point that we just held one key important thing, taking legislature to the people. We went to Skukune. We spent the whole week going to service points, areas, making sure that we interact with our own communities for the whole week as the 64 members of the legislature. And the last day, we had the MECs and the Premier talking to say, what are the things that they're going to do as executive to resolve those issues? Just talking to the people and taking legislature out of Leboa home, going to the villages. Our people were very excited. So, is it what the legislature does? So for us, we're doing things differently in this term of administration. administration.
Thank you so much for joining us, Speaker.
Thank you so much, Stefan.
And we're excited. We're going to be seeing you there at the red
Thank
carpet.
you so much. Thank you a lot. We really appreciate for the opportunity.
Thank you
so much.
That was the Speaker of the Limpopo Provincial Legislature, and she was giving us some insightful and comprehensive perspective. And of course, the interplay between national policy, provincial adaptation, and localized crisis management has never been clearer. Now, we appreciate the Speaker and the legislature's role in this chain and wish her and the Limpopo Legislature a strength as they prepare critically for this important State of the Province address. You're still watching Parliament TV. Stay tuned.
Good afternoon again, and thank you if you're still joining us here from Parliament TV, here at outside the Cape Town City Hall, where the President of the Republic of South Africa will be delivering his 2026 State of the Nation address. With me here is the Speaker of the Northwest Provincial Legislature, Dr. Desbo Mohon, who will be listening closely tonight for announcements that directly impact the Platinum Province, as it is popularly known. Speaker Mohono represents a province rich in minerals, resources, but also one that has faced significant governance challenges, climate shocks, and service delivery pressures. As the President prepares to outline government's priorities for the coming year, she will also be preparing to host Premier Lazarus Mokgosi as the State of the Province addressed later this month. Dumela Ms. Desbo Mohono wa amogelesegile mo Parliament TV.
Dumelang ngwana ke a o siame le ba bugi ko gae dumelang ba gaetso re mo Kapa.
And this is a critical period for the legislatures nationwide, with the looming local government elections set up to interrupt the parliamentary program. And jano mema Mohono kore ke batla go itse gore gompieno wena o hopa go utlwa presidente a bua ka eng se se tla netefatsang gore go nna le ditšhono ko porofenseng ya rona ya Bokone Bophirima, ditiro jalo le di investment. So ke eng se o hopang go se utlwa go tswa mo presidenteng gompieno?
Tla ke re ba bugi ko gae dumelang gape ke go leboge o ya ka o setse o tlhalositse province ya rona ke nngwe ya di provinces tse di unneng thata ka dikuno tse di fotlasega mmu, your minerals. We not long ago it was established that beside platinum, Northwest is also rich on chrome. And Bokone Bophirima is one of the provinces with regard to unemployment. We are the highest in the country. We are like a cat sitting next to the milk, very hungry, but can't touch that milk. It's a very painful situation, but we are taking control as a province. We are saying enough is enough. One of the things that we want to hear the President saying tonight is saying, how do you allow us as a province to make sure that the minerals that we have benefit us as a province? Because for a very long time, we are looking people coming in, coming out. You know, what is very painful even on our side is that these mining bosses, they just fly in and out. And as the Northwest, we have what it takes to host this mining in Durban they are hosting in Cape Town. What people don't understand, the arrival of people in a province assists the province to grow economically. We want to see a situation where there is a turnaround. And what is good with us, Makhosi Aruna, they are walking this journey with us. Maybe not long time ago, you saw Bakwena, Bamokhopa, where people are digging next to their houses. And you ask yourself, now I was a victim, now I'm from Chaneng. Rinalidi mine, right, Kochana, Bostel Drift, Boba Fuken Rasimone, they are just around us. where my house cracked into 2 pieces. I had to demolish the house and start afresh. But I can't go and cry like an ordinary community member who can't even afford to do another house. Now, the mining houses think building 2 houses there, 3 houses there, and taking what is us, it make life easier. We want to hear a situation where those responsible for the economy says we must stop taking our minerals raw as they are outside the country and come back very expensive. Let's find a way of keeping them in bulk. And when the time is ripe, we determine the price. And once we do that, you will never have a situation where Northwest is accused of the capital of potholes, unemployment, poverty, and all these other things. So we need people who must see the importance of making sure that what we have work for us. We must stop fighting for few tenders in municipality, in government department. That is nothing. You have a tender tomorrow, today, tomorrow is gone. You didn't even finish the work. Because one other thing that people don't understand, I have to do something for 100 rand. Because the cake is small, I'm giving 10 rand. How do I cover the 100 rand project that I have to do when I'm being given 10 rand? So we are trying to make end meet. That is why we don't have an impact. We want an impact-driven economy. We want what we have to work for us as the people of... I said to them, you look at Northwest, you look at Limpopo, you look at Mpumalanga, look at Northern Cape, Gauteng to some extent. We are the mining communities. Look at what climate change is doing to these provinces. Look what happened in Limpopo. Look what happened in Mpumalanga. That is the reality of climate change. Where are we? We're supposed to be more advanced as these provinces that have what it takes. There is life after mining.
It's true.
Do we have plan B?
B after the mine. What
then happen? Jose Leroux will tell you that I can tell you, this shaft lifespan how long. The software that he's using, he can tell you the lifespan of a mine and tell you how many years and how many people are working in that mine and how far they can go. So I think we need to hear from the president. How do we turn the wheel
around?
I like some other countries, they are not apologetic. Sometimes South Africans, we are very apologetic, we are very understanding at the detrimental of our country
people.
And our people. So we are looking forward to the president tonight, hoping that as provinces will go back, because on the 26th I'll be hosting the premiere. Because among other things, the president must account to the country on what he promised and how far they have gone and where are challenges and how best they are going to make sure that they deal with those challenges and they mitigate on all those challenges. For me, where I'm sitting, this country is a very rich country, but we are too apologetic unnecessary.
Batho ba rona ga ba bone ditirelo ya ka bua gore ditsela ke di-pothole ga gona go tsamaege dikolo batho ga bana metsi so gore ke eng se ke gore ke role e feng e legislature e nang le yone go tlhomamisa gore batho ba rona or khotsa gore puso ya province isa ditirelo go bathong ke di mechanism di feng tse di dirisang go tracka gore a mme batho ba rona ba bona ditirelo.
One of the important role of the legislature is oversight, public participation, and taking the legislature to the people. We will go out, but we are unable to go as far as we want to do as the legislature because of the budget constraint. That's the situation that we want to find a creative way. How do we mitigate this thing of a budget constraint? Our people must know what the legislature can provide for them. At least I'm happy for the year that I've been a speaker. People now understand where there are gem locks, they can go and petition the municipality, they can go and petition the department that is making it difficult for them. It is our role as the legislature to ensure that people get services, but not just services, good quality services. When you say you're doing a road for the people, that it must be a good quality road. You don't just do a road. No, Kiko Northwest, you'll do a road for 10 rand. It come rain, that tar road is gone. That is the role of the legislature, to ensure that the kind of services that goes to our people is good quality. But also we must hold executive accountable. Is our role. We call them in the legislature not to fight them, but to say to them, we went to Chaneng. We oversee over a school. We saw 1, 2, 3 as a gap. We went to Muritile. You were saying you're doing this particular road. We realized 1, 2, 3 is wrong. Go back and correct and follow up. We as a legislature, we make a follow-up. After we told the MEC, did the MEC comply? The same applied to municipality. After the municipality said, we are working on water challenge, because water challenge is all over. You know, in the past, we knew as people in the villages struggling with water. But now, the problem is all over. What are we doing as lawmakers? How far do we go to ensure that people who are responsible of making sure that people get water and everything, they are complying? We know for a fact that we blaming municipality, but we've got water entities, your mahales, your rent water, your whatever. What is their role? If you can't perform, why can't you go and allow people who can perform do it? Because sometimes we feel it's a direct sabotage, where a mayor will tell you every week we must go and correct the infrastructure. People make sure that they make something that will make the infrastructure not to work and the people not to get water, because they are benefiting out of some of the tenders of your water tank. For me, I don't like that thing. I want a permanent solution. But as legislature, this is part of our role, and we're doing exactly, no matter constraint we have on our budget, but we make sure that we go to our people and tell people. One of the things we want to do this year in taking Parliament to the people, we want a situation where we spread our wings and the presiding will meet the stakeholders, and at the end of the week we come together and look at the outcome of what we have done, so that our people can have a clear understanding. Right now they do understand gradually, but we want a full understanding, so that when we go to them to present bills, the new bills that are coming, they know their role and the contribution they must make.
Ke sa go tsene ganong mme Desbo mo ngwageng wa re tla re tshwere di local government elections. Batho ba kgobegile marapo, batho ga ba sa tlhole ba tshepa puso ya rona. Keng se o ka rang batho ba bokone bophirima gore se ba tsose mowa wena gore ba ye go vouta ko di local government elections?
Motswana a re nko ya kgomo mogala tshwara thata e se re utlwa se bodi wa kgaoga. Moseka phofu ya gago ga nka swa lentsi. For me, it's not difficult to turn the wheel. We have officials, we have politicians. The question is, how far do you go as a politician to make sure that these officials that we have appointed in the municipality, that we've appointed in the department, are making sure that they deliver to our people? I think we don't have to give up on ourselves. We have made a research to check where are the gem logs. Now we know where the gem logs are, and we know the saboteurs who make sure that whatever that we want our people to get, they don't get. And our people sometimes they don't understand. They fall into that trap. Now I want to say to them, don't give up on us. Not all of us are hopeless. Not all of us are giving up on you. Not all of us don't want to see our community happy. I can't be happy when I walk around in Cape Town and people ask me, where do you come from? I'm coming from Northwest, but why that useless province? That's something that hurts some of us, because we have solution in our hand. If we can have revocrats, the officials that understand the impact that what they do to our people. Because as a politician, you can go to this far. Sometimes they tell you are interfering. I tell them I don't interfere, I'm intervening. Because I see there is a crisis, I must help to make sure that our people are being assisted. I must make sure that our people get what is due to them. We are not doing our people favor is due to them, is their right. So that we don't need to go door to door. If we can resolve our issue of making sure our people get water, I'm happy what Minister Sputla is doing in terms of electricity. Yes, there's still a load reduction with municipalities, but the minister is saying to us, I'm working very hard to ensure that even this load reduction is no longer there. So for me, something that was broken for 300 years, we can't keep on blaming on it. But the bottom line is that behind closed door, we are making sure that we correct the situation. But along the way, there will always be these elements. Gradually, steady but sure, we'll get rid of these elements. And it's not going to be nice. It's going to be painful because you are costing us a lot. You are destroying our people and their lives and what they have at the end of the day.
And lastly, you are about to host the premiere for the State of the Province address. Province are ready to host the State of the Province address.
We are more than ready. Even if we can start tomorrow. We have to wait for the president. We started the preparation last year. We'll be hosting our people in our chamber, in the legislature. We wish to bring everybody, because it is a pride of our people. That's where they will live hear the premier, telling them that last year I've promised you 1, 2, 3. This is how far we have gone as a province. We'll be coming back to ensure that we follow up and tell them the challenges, because sometimes there are challenges. Sometimes I say to mayors, you don't have to ask the mine to give you mine. Tell the mine, I want energy, sustainable energy, I want water, I want road. How you do it as a mine, see how to finish.
It's up to you.
They shouldn't give you money, because you are struggling with the little that you have. When they give you money, you're going to struggle more. So the premier, I'm happy that everything is on par with regard to our hosting. Is on the 26th in our chamber in Mahikeng. You're also invited to come in so that you can hear for yourself what the premier says for this 26, 27. This is how I make sure that the province is being taken forward. And these are the challenges that we are still encountering as a province.
That was the Speaker of the Northwest Provincial Legislature, Dr. Desboso Mohono, who was speaking to us about the plans for the hosting of the State of the Province address. You are still tuned into Parliament TV for the State of the Nation address build-up program, which will be happening this evening at 7 p.m. right at the City Hall behind us this evening.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has, in terms of the Constitution, called for a joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament in liaison with the National Assembly Speaker, Ms. Togo Angela Didiza, and the National Council of Provinces Chairperson, Ms. Refule Mtweni-Tsipan. The joint sitting serves as a platform for the President to deliver his annual State of the Nation address. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and priorities for the year ahead. The joint sitting is scheduled for Thursday, 12 February 2026 at Cape Town City Hall at 7 p.m. Watch the State of the Nation address live across Parliament's platforms and follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag Sona 2026. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Welcome back. As you can see there on your screen, it is a beautiful day in the mother city, and of course we are coming to you live from the City Hall in Cape Town. With national priorities about to be outlined, we turn to the provinces, and joining us in the studio now is the Speaker of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, Mr. Dylan Michel. And we're going rapid fire on what Sona must deliver and how the province will hold the executive accountable. Mr. Michel, thank you very much for talking to us here on Parliament TV this afternoon.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me, and thank you to the viewers.
Few minutes away from the State of the Nation address, what are you expecting to hear from the President this evening?
Well, as a priority in this province, safety and the safety of our people is a prime concern, because with that goes economic opportunities and economic development. So what I would want the President to address, and it's something that this province and this city has called for on numerous occasions, and that is for the devolution of policing powers to local spheres of government. So I trust that, or I hope that the President will touch on that this evening in the interest of the citizens of this province.
And as you have indicated that the President will be outlining the national priorities later today, how does the Western Cape Provincial Parliament ensure that those commitments are monitored and implemented effectively within this province?
Obviously, once the President outlines his commitments, those that directly affect the provinces will be monitored in the money that flows to provinces. So based on the strategic objectives of the national government and the national priorities outlined by the President, the provincial parliament will ensure that those commitments and the money that flows for those commitments are being monitored through the relevant standing committees and our oversight in the province.
And now, given the Western Cape distinct governance model, how do you navigate alignment or divergence between national policy directives and provincial strategies?
Well, obviously, as a province, and on the 25th of February, the Premier of the province, Premier Windy, will outline his strategic objectives for the province. So our alignment between the national priorities and the provincial priorities synchronizes with the budget that flows from National Treasury. But I also think that in a province like the Western Cape, the Premier has been categorically clear from the beginning of his term that safety, jobs and the economic opportunities is his key priorities, and all the strategic objectives that flow from that government decisions and government policies that is implemented under the leadership of the Premier, those are the things that find effect into the budgets and into the annual performance plans of the Western Cape government.
Now, you have indicated that the province will be hosting the State of the Province address on the 25th of February. How ready is the province and what work has been going behind the scenes?
Well, so we are always ready. It's an annual event on the parliamentary calendar. It also creates an opportunity for citizen engagement. So since 2019, we have taken the opening of provincial parliament across the province, and this year we will be hosting or having the opening of the provincial parliament in the Garden Route district in George. So we will ensure that the community of George is also included in that. But over and above that, we create the space for public involvement across the province. So on all our social media platforms, citizens will be able to be active citizens and participate in in the opening of provincial parliament. But it also creates an opportunity for them to see directly or hear directly from the Premier what his commitments are, so that once we do the public engagement and public participation processes as part of the legislative processes, that they know what commitments have been made and they can hold the Premier and his government accountable.
That's great news for the people of George. It's good that the Western Cape does host its SOPA in various areas of the Western Cape. Now, what should businesses and residents in the Western Cape listen for in this year's Sona regarding infrastructure investment, energy security, and possibly job creation? So
ironically, all those three things that you've just mentioned is the three key priorities for the Premier and the Western Cape government, and has been since the Premier's start of his term of office. I mean, if you look at infrastructure, the Premier established a standalone infrastructure department because of clear focus and intentional focus of creating an infrastructure space in the Western Cape. And for that reason, there is now a Minister of Infrastructure in the Western Cape. There's a Department of Infrastructure in the Western Cape. And the same with energy and energy security. There's an Energy Council in the Western Cape, led by under the Premier's leadership, and all of that brings together jobs and job creation, and so the intentional delivery of these department or these things in the department is to ensure that jobs are being created for the citizens of this province.
Now, the Western Cape often positions itself on governance standards. So how is the provincial parliament strengthening oversight to ensure ethical administration and consequence management?
Well, I'm very proud to lead an institution like the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, and I want to answer that in two facets. The first part being the oversight being done by our portfolio committees. I think that that in the past the compliance mechanism of portfolio committees was to just comply with the requirements to do oversight. We have made an intentional shift to make sure that there's impact oversight being done. So it's no longer just ticking a box. It is about being intentional, going out to communities and listening directly to the plight of communities, but then coming back to provincial parliament and then doing post scrutiny of those oversight visits and oversight responsibilities of committees. But to bring it further, I mean the functioning of the Western Cape Parliament with questions to the Premier without notice. I think that we're the only province in the country where the Premier gets asked questions without him having notice of those questions in advance. We are deliberate with oral questions to ministers. We track those. We track the commitments made by these ministers in Parliament. We also follow up on written questions. Members have a voice, whether you are one party member or if you are the majority party. All members are all citizens are represented, and the electorate then gets an opportunity to hold the executive through their elected public representatives accountable.
Now, before I let you go, Mr. Michel, understanding that the day is quite busy for a speaker of the provincial legislature, so how is the provincial parliament then deepening public participation to ensure that community concerns shape provincial responses to national priorities announced in Sona? If you can respond briefly to that question.
Well, public participation and public education and public participation is a unit in the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. We have a standalone unit that intentionally and actively engages communities, from legislation to commitments to post-legislative scrutiny. So the intention is there, and our public participation unit actively engages citizens. We have also embarked on a petitions framework where citizens have a right and a platform now to raise their objections through petitions, and the unit assists those members, whether you're in the city of Cape Town or you come from the central Karoo, where I'm originally from. All citizens are given the platform and the opportunities and the resources to ensure that we leave no citizen behind.
Mr. Michel, I'd like to thank you very much and wish you well and best in your State of the Province address on the 25th of this month.
Thank you very much.
Well, viewers, that was the Speaker of the Western Cape Provincial Legislature, Mr. Dalen Michel, sharing some of the insights here on Parliament TV. Please stay tuned.
Climate change and inequality go hand in hand. That the climate change impacts affect the poorest people the hardest, and it's really important that we have fast and efficient emergency responses, but also that communities are strong enough to deal with these disasters. And that means people having incomes like universal basic income. It means decent housing. It means infrastructure that works. So definitely we're going to be watching for that. An effective and credible Sona commitment would be one that centers people and the planet, that understands that we're already dealing with climate change, and that if we are not able to deal with inequality, it's going to impact a lot more people a lot harder. We have to start planning and focusing on the types of interventions and spending that is going to protect people and the planet, because without a healthy planet, we can't be healthy ourselves. It's really important. It's important because it creates jobs, which improves livelihoods, making our communities more sustainable, but also it's better for the planet. It means local production, means less transport, so less carbon in the atmosphere. So yeah, it's really important, and it's really fun to watch. So the Constitution guarantees the right to water, food, and a healthy environment. And it's been important in terms of having that on paper. But unless we deal with inequality, unless we have a more equal society that allows everyone to thrive, but also everyone to be resilient to the climate changes, we're not going to achieve what the Constitution dreamed we would have, and we dreamed we would have. Taking care of our environment is taking care of ourselves. We're part of the environment. If we live in an unhealthy environment, we're not going to be healthy. Also, the environment protects us from climate change. Floods are reduced if you have healthy wetlands, the impact of floods. We can do a lot more, but I think it's also incumbent on the private sector to take responsibility for the pollution that they do. Our communities are polluted with nappies and Coke bottles and all those kind of things. And whilst it's important that as a community we try to recycle, statistics show that recycling only does about 20% of the plastic, and the rest still goes into the environment. So we also need to start putting massive amounts of pressure on the polluters that profits from selling their products and take no responsibility for the waste that those products create. So our focus is on communities, water and food. We don't have consumer awareness around issues of pollution and that kind of thing. But when we do our workshops and when we work with the communities we work with, the perspective of caring for nature, of trying our best to recycle, of reduce, reuse, recycle is part of our daily work. So whilst we don't have campaigns, that is our kind of at the core of the work that we do.
Did you know the public involvement element is an important role in the Sona ceremony? The Sona includes participation by the public, representatives of various Did you know the ceremonial format of the Sona will include a 21-gun salute, an aircraft fly-past, the ceremonial guard, and a salute? Did you know, during the Sona, a 21-gun salute is fired in honor of the President and is timed to start with the singing of the anthem. Did you know, after the Sona, the Minister of Finance will deliver the annual budget speech, indicates the allocation of financial resources in line with the priorities outlined in the Sona. This year, The budget speech will be delivered on Wednesday, the 25th of February.
This year marks 30 years since South Africa adopted a constitution that recognized language not just as a cultural issue, but as a matter of dignity, equality, and access. The constitution commits the state to take practical and positive measures to elevate indigenous languages and to treat all official languages fairly. At the center of this constitutional promise is the Pan-South African Language Board, an independent institution tasked with promoting multilingualism and protecting linguistic human rights. Now we're going to speak to Chairperson of Pan-South, Professor Loli Makubu Badenhorst, about how far South Africa has come and how far it still has to go. Professor, welcome.
Thank you so much, and good day to you, and thank you for having us.
And also in studio, I have Ria, who's going to be the Imbongi during tonight's State of the Nation address. Welcome, Ria.
Thank you so much for having me.
Professor, can you please take us through to what is the mandate of the Pan-South African language and how is it relevant in the current dispensation of government?
Well, as per the Pan-South Act 59 of 1995, as amended in 1999, we need to create the environment for multilingualism. We promote multilingualism. We need to develop the previously marginalized languages. So that is who we are. And by act and by law, we need to protect, develop, and promote the indigenous languages of the country.
And now, just a little bit, take us back for a moment to what did South Africa's language landscape look like before 1994, and what role has Pan-South played in preserving indigenous languages since its establishment?
Oh, wow, we've come a long way. Yeah. From 2 official languages, English and Afrikaans, to 12 official languages. So pre-1994, it was only English and Afrikaans. And thereafter, then we have all our official languages, like your Sesotho, Setswana, Tshivenda, and the Sizulu and the Xhosa. And then recently, that was in 2023 already, we had the South African Sign Language being one of the 12 official languages. And then we are now, with this current board, this Pan-South, we want to advocate to having one of the Kwe and San languages to be made official. For instance, like the Kuntali, that is one of the Kwe and San languages. It's not yet official. So we still have a long road to go in terms of making it official, but we have taken so many strides as a country, and I'm proud of that.
Okay, Andrea, just on your side, being a part of a small group or a marginalized language, and now being able to get this exposure of being what you call an imbongi, a praise singer for the State of the Nation address, how does that feel?
I don't know how it feels. I feel wonderful, blessing, and this is also my boss. Yeah. I'm working for them as an intern, promoting my language. So on the national platform, I think this is a very beautiful, great opportunity to show out the world about our language. And everyone is going to know about it after today. I mean, people can see it from Pan-South, but most of the people only knows maybe Nama and Ngu and not about all of the language. But today, I'm here and I will make sure that they will know about mine before I leave.
So can you please take us just a little bit briefly, where are you from and where is the language mostly, which area is the language mostly spoken in?
I'm from Northern Cape, Kimberley. So we are based in Kimberley. There's a small place outside Kimberley, which is platform then. It's just 15 kilometers outside Kimberley, which is platform then, where you find 2 different communities of the San people. The other one is called Kwe, and then the other one is called Kong. So I'm from the Kong side, where I speak Kontali, and the Kwe people speak Kwedam. And we are 2 different communities staying in that area, and there's, I can say the whole community can speak the language.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, back to you now, Chairperson. How do we as a country move how can we move from just supporting these languages only during special occasions, but ensuring that they are
there in our everyday life. It's my first time hearing of this language. I've never heard of it. So how do we ensure that we are aware that there are these languages and just in our everyday life?
Well, first let's commend, that the country, we need to start somewhere, and especially starting at such high profile. And I'm not sure if you're aware that this month we are rolling out that is the Language Activism Month as declared by UNESCO. So on the 21st of February, each year, on an annual basis, the whole world celebrates the International Mother Language Day. So it is it's a great opportunity for us. So as the Pan South African Language Board, we are rolling out, we have different programs that we have. We'll be visiting various provinces and then making sure that we remind people. And by the way, it's not only that we only use as pencil, at least, because pencil is present in all 9 provinces of the country. It's just that it is only publicized or well known or marketed, and members of the public only know about the other languages when it is these auspicious occasions. But then we use them on a day-to-day basis. If the media was present in all spheres of life all the time, which I would think that that would require a lot. But we do use them. But I would encourage South Africans to actually use their languages. And actually, even with this interview, I mean, English is my 12th language, not 12th, 10th language. But I need to translate and interpret before I actually even respond. Now you can imagine, at least some of the languages are official, but other languages don't even have the official status. But as a country, we embrace multilingualism, and I'm so grateful that like Kuntali now is giving this platform so that people can know about this language.
Okay, now, currently people are worried about more important things, I'll put it like that. They're worried about water, they're worried about electricity, they're worried about jobs, and they feel health as well. So they feel like languages, what about languages, preserving of languages? So how would you explain in simple terms to South African citizens the connection between preserving our languages and economic activities? How are they connected?
Well, as you know, language goes with identity. It's language and culture. If you take away my language, you take away her language, you are taking away her identity, you are taking away her culture, and then also for her to express herself in any space using her own language. And then in terms of the other people getting the services in the past, or the trend is that we're getting all the services, whether it's your water bills or your statements or your bills, you are getting them not only in your official language. So if you don't understand the other language, so then it means that you can't. I would say that, if I'm a South African and there's a bill that is coming to me and I'm speaking, I'm a Kuntali speaker. So how will I then pay the bill if I don't understand what's written there? So she needs to know what is she owing in order for her to get the services. When she goes to the police station, she goes to wherever, then it is English or other language, and Kuntali is not there. So how is she going to get the services if you don't use the languages? Over and above that, it is her right. It is her human right. Language right, linguistic rights are human rights.
Okay. Ria, thank you so much for joining us in studio, and all the best as you represent your people and when you are praise singing for the President of the Republic of South Africa for this evening. And thank you so much, Chairperson, for your time. That was the Chairperson of the Pan South, Ms. Loli Makubu Badenhorst, who was joining us in studio and sharing insights on the vital role of Pan South in promoting multilingualism and protecting South Africa's language rights. It's clear that language is not just a means of communication, but a cornerstone of inclusion. Stay tuned as we bring you the build-up to this evening's State of the Nation address by President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, which will be happening in the Cape Town City Hall this evening at 7 p.m. Continue staying tuned and following us on all our social media platforms at Parliament of RSA using hashtag Sona 2026.
Thank you for this opportunity. It's great to be here, have you here. And I'm Dr. Pippa Norton. I'm a director of a consultancy called The Greenhouse. We work in climate change and basically in greening products and services and the economy into a greener future. We work with the textile sector to what can we do to make clothing greener. One of the things that comes out really strongly is to not just wear something once. So all that beautiful clothing mustn't now go into a closet and stay there, or worse still, land up in a landfill. So all that energy and the materials and the chemicals that went into manufacturing that needs to be used many times for them to wear them again. And if you don't want to be seen in the same outfit many times, there are many fabulous organizations that allow high-end clothing to be donated to those that don't have otherwise an opportunity to wear that sort of clothing. So to get the best out of them. There's a lot of new business models out there, because I think recognizing that we want to wear interesting and new and vibrant clothing, but we also recognize that clothing has a high environmental impact when you make it. So there's a lot of exciting new business models around donating, sort of reuse, or hiring, rental models, hiring models, resale models, repurposing. And I think, with the innovation, the South Africans, we're known to be innovative, and there are some really great designers that take repurposed fabric, so, recycled, and then remake it into something new and beautiful again. So I think to really support those sort of innovative designers.
I-challenges esinoziconfronta is to save the film industry up in South Africa, and also in Africa siyenze ibe ngcono, siye kwi-incentivizer kakhulu, and then xa senza ezo zinto ezinjalo, aba bantu that are coming here to shoot bayahamba ngoku, and then siyasafarisha thina in the film industry. So ugovernment wethu is failing us, bantu abaku-media space. So yeah, in our communities, challenges that we come across with, because ngoku community yam that are enhlala kuyo ngoku lapha eWoodstock, there's a lot of gentrification ndingatsho. Abantu bathengisa izindlu zabo, many businesses ezinkulu, they come in and iyatshintsha yonke neighborhood kanjalo, and then history iyasuka, abantu bengathi khange babe khona, si-land developers ezenza loo nto. Ingaba kwi-sports and arts and culture, because I feel like i-government iyalekhisha kwiimeko ezinjeya. Zinintsi izinto ezenzekayo kwicala le-sports, but ayikho i-funding necessary. And also i-arts and culture nayo i-budget ikhathiwe kuyo, of which akufuze bangayenzekile kanjalo loo nto, because siyayidinga i-arts amongst our communities. Ngosi ndabulela.
Did you know the State of the Nation address will be held on Thursday, the 12th of February 2026 at 1900 hours? The proceedings will be broadcast live on Parliament TV, channel 408, and live streamed on Parliament's YouTube channel. Did you know the State of the Nation address marks the official opening of the annual parliamentary program? It is convened by the President in terms of the Constitution to provide the nation with an update on government commitments and to outline the program of action for the new financial year. Did you know the State of the Nation address sets out the government's key policy priorities for the year ahead? It provides the President an opportunity to speak to the nation on the general state of South Africa.
You're still watching Parliament TV. In just a few hours, the red carpet will be rolled out. The joint sitting of Parliament will be called to order, and the president will step up to the podium to deliver the State of the Nation address. Sona is one of the most important political appointments on the calendar. And while there are often theatrical moments, the section that also truly matters is the economic chapter. And in studio, before I go to that, the president tonight has a tough room. He isn't just speaking to politicians. He's speaking to ratings agencies, foreign direct investors, business leaders, and 60+ million South Africans who are watching the price of bread and the availability of jobs. In studio now, I have an economist and governance expert, Mr. Holeni. Welcome to our studio.
Thank you.
Mr. Holeni, the big question isn't just what will he say. It's can it be delivered tonight? You know, and the people judge economic and a working government by what they see. The price of bread is going up, and electricity is still going up, and nothing seems to be changing, even though we are being promised every year. Are we supposed to be hearing policy changes probably, or what are your thoughts?
I think what we must look forward to, definitely, I think it's about the person, you know, in the home. It's about the person in the street. It's about the ordinary citizen who's looking forward to better opportunities. One of the key things that I would say is that, you know, at least, you know, we are seeing that, you know, there are green shoots on the economic side. The slight, you know, growth that is being projected. We are seeing at least inflation has stabilized. We are seeing that, you know, on the agricultural side, you know, the agricultural produce, you know, is, and especially exports have increased. You know, so we're looking at, you know, all of those things, you know, together and how they translate into jobs, how they translate into better livelihoods, and how they translate into sustainability for the country. So we're looking at the president, you know, talking about, you know, how they are going to continue to drive the economy so that it grows. They are continuing to support businesses, continuing to support even the individuals who are supposed to go into business. And as well, the skills, which is the education sector, to drive, you know, more money into education, because that's where at least, you know, you can talk about, you know, being a differentiator. Education has proved over many years to be a differentiator of, you know, people who are coming into the economy, people who can start their own businesses, or people who can branch out and do bigger things, you know, on the world stage. So the president ought to be looking at, you know, how he channels money into initiatives that develop the economy. Of course, you will argue about, you know, the fact that, you know, there's AGOA, that, you know, must be part of the AGOA agreement. You know, those are issues that, you know, at least, you know, must also come into place, and how we are opening frontiers with the likes of the BRICS countries, which is going to enable the economy to expand and for us to send more goods overseas. Yeah, but we often focus on national policy. But now economic activity dies at local government. Is this probably a time when the president now should be zooming into micro, you know, local government issues instead of just being at a view on a national sphere? And of course, you know, as we, you know, you've put it well, because growth is local. Yes. There's no growth, you know, you know, in the air or in the sky and so on. And I think the intent of what we've seen, even from his January 8th statement, even from the previous, you know, and the conversations that he's having, there is a focus on local government. Of course, it's the elective year for local government, but we also hope that, you know, beyond just being an elective year, is to now look at, you know, how the micro issues are coming together, how the various municipalities that lack industry are supported to start building up industry. It's how the budgets are starting to flow into catalytic projects that are going to drive the economies of the various, you know, towns. It's how the smaller towns, you know, which are in the outskirts or the rural areas, are also getting, you know, into the mainstream economy. So we would expect that, you know, with his budget, you know, as well as, you know, lifting the cap, you know, in terms of how much money goes into local government, which we hope it will be beyond 10% this time, will then start signaling a change as to how he wants to get involved with attracting local investment, attracting businesses, and ensuring that, you know, businesses, when they set, you know, their base, you know, in a particular area, they don't decide to move. Of course, local government also needs to be attractive from a tariff, you know, setting point of view, from a cost, you know, of doing business, you know, point of view. And that would mean that, you know, the roads must be up to good condition. The electricity, obviously, nationally, Eskom is hard at work. The big question now is water. This is where we need to look at, how the water crisis issues, that they don't develop into something that becomes a chronic issue, but at least are contained, and business, at least can have water, electricity, roads, and the citizens can then enjoy free movement of themselves as well as the goods that are coming in and out. So we would expect that, that focus today is not only about, the elective year that, we are into, but it's about, the eventual livelihood of the people who are living in those municipalities, that they must, improve and they must be sound.
But why would you say is this thing that we always find ourselves into this trend every year, into this, it's a repetition of the same. It's promises, then there's no feedback, there's no progress report. We are in this cycle, I must say, sort of a trend, like a cycle of it's promise, but and which creates obviously frustration. But why do we keep finding ourselves within this trap?
I think the one thing that we must also appreciate is that, the wheels of government, unfortunately, grind a lot slower than, what, we often want to see. Our desires, sometimes, which are valid, of citizens, often run ahead, of what government, needs to do. Which is why I think, part of what the president must be saying is to say, I have sourced, additional capacity from the private sector to help us as government to be more nimble in the way that, we're going to deliver all of this. So government obviously needs to move a lot faster. They need to do things a lot, quicker. They need to be a lot more expedient. And hopefully the policies that are going to enable all of that have at least, been tabled or have been worked on, or there's been groundwork. One of the things is, Operation Vulindlela, which is, working on the network economies. We would want to hope that, the same approach of Operation Vulindlela goes into local government and starts, driving the wheels of government to grind a lot faster and to grind in the right direction. So that's what we're looking for. Because government alone, in terms of, their own conversations, discussions, policies, unfortunately cannot do it alone, but they need, other partners and stakeholders, whether it's civic society, whether it's business, whether it's the ordinary people, to support government with regards to doing those things. Because creation of jobs is about, private sector. Government must create an enabling environment for that to happen.
So as we wrap up this conversation, according to you, Mr. Holeni, let's imagine it's 8:30. The president is saying, God bless South Africa, South Africa, what is the one thing for you that a concrete commitment that if it is included in the State of the Nation address tonight, you would say, that is it, we are going somewhere?
So the local government, question that we've always had is that local government is treated as business. 90% of, the money they must collect, 10% must come from the fiscus. But it's for the president to realize that, that has not, materialized. So the president must at least, be saying to the Minister of Finance, when you go and announce the budget in a week or two's time, make sure that, there's a lot more funding that is directed towards local government for infrastructure, not just, financing, the bread and butter issues, but infrastructure is a great issue that must be at least, driven a lot more. So we want to see a greater, upliftment of the cap of 10%, to be beyond, 10%, so that in this year and the following years, there's a legacy that starts to develop within local government and to develop and grow the local economy, particularly through economic development initiatives and catalytic projects.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Holeni, for your time. Stay tuned to Parliament TV as we continue with the build-up to the 7 p.m. when President Ramaphosa is expected to ascend the podium and address the nation. Stay tuned.
I think when we started the organization 18, 19 years ago, the whole vision was, how do we make the world better for people? How do we make sure that people's social issues are dealt with and the environmental issues? One cannot exist without the other. And so when we talk about people, we're talking about marginalized communities, under-resourced, underrepresented individuals, youth and community members across South Africa. I think a massive challenge that we're facing in our work, specifically around energy and climate justice, is that the problem keeps building and it keeps strengthening. So we take one step forward, then it's 6 steps back, basically, because that's how the issue is. I mean, we saw load shedding disappeared for some, but load reduction is still happening in Joburg. We're seeing the climate crisis. Oh, the Climate Act was signed into action in 2024, but what we've seen recently is climate floods and disasters across South Africa and the world as a whole. And so I think a big issue is that the forces that we're against, which is a government not willing to take the needs of people seriously, indecision and less action is a problem. And so we're not saying this is a war against the people and the government, but rather that we need more communication, we need more action, and we need more strengthened partnership between different sectors. Our successes aren't ours, it's the people that we work with successes as well. And so when we talk about showing individuals what solar could look like in communities on a small scale level, through working with youth, that's a big challenge. That, you know, electricity is a big issue, energy poverty is a big issue, and so for us, a success is building knowledge and building capacity with people. It's helping them understand that they have a voice, and they know they have a voice, but now their voice matters in conversations with government. And so it's teaching them how to access spaces for conversation. A big part of my work is, and a few of my colleagues' work, is going into the communities that we come from ourselves, building understanding, building capacity, and saying, cool, there's this hearing happening, there's this opportunity for you to have your voice heard. Whatever you want to say about your issue, go and say it. And they say, no, well, I don't feel like I should. I think it needs to be a technical input. An input in South Africa is, my issue is this, government, I need this. And that can clear now. I think a big thing when it comes to our president is we keep hearing that we are going to get this change, and this change is coming. I think a few years we heard the line, no African child left behind. And that sat heavy in my chest. Because after that we saw the Presidential Climate Commission come forward. We started seeing conversations about a big change in our country and how we're going to be leading in the continent. And then no action occurred. A big issue that we face right now is one on many levels. It's an intersectional issue. People's energy issue is a massive one. Land, water, food, and these are all further affected by the climate crisis. And so when I say one big thing that we want our president to do, it's quite a difficult thing, but if we had to say it, it needs to be a systematic approach to injustice, to uprooting injustice and making lives better for people in our country. At the end of the day, our president knows what needs to be done. It's time for action. I think we need to see harmonization of different policies and government departments when addressing the climate crisis in South Africa. One department will say something that contradicts another, whilst our president is leading the conversation on a global level. One thing I wish we could see is proper cross-communication in our government and proper resourcing of our municipalities to take action. What I would say would make Sona credible would be proper timelines communicated, clear actionable steps, not another story about a young person that's moved their way through this journey. I mean, right now we're sitting at the perfect opportunity to see change. We have 30 years of our constitution in South Africa, 50 years since the 76 uprising, and local elections on the horizon. If government doesn't make a very clear pathway or actionable, especially following G20 and our success of hosting G20 last year, I think we're going to fall flat. And so we need good management, we need clear communication, and we need timelines with milestones that can help civil society monitor and track the effectiveness of actions. The Constitution of South Africa is one of the most fundamental documents, I think, that guides our country. And it shouldn't just be guiding our country in the way that we feel or the way that we act, but how we follow law, how we practice in our daily ways, and how we move through our nation. It is not only this document that is placed there, it's actually a very progressive document, one that looks out for all people, one that has protections for people, for the environment, for the economy, one that projects a future that could be. But I think the issue is, one thing can be written in theory and another thing can be done in practice. When we see our government tell us, no, please don't protest during G20, even though we have a constitutional right to do that, it's a contradiction of, no, but South Africans are going to do what we're going to do regardless. I think when it comes to that document, it needs to be more than a document. It needs to be something that we really embrace as citizens of our country. We need to embrace our constitution, our laws, and our rights, more importantly. If we say power to the people, it must mean power to the people, not just electricity, but social justice power as well. And so I would genuinely say to South Africans who are like, oh, the Constitution is just a document. It's not a document. It's a way of life. It's a way of living. It's a way to secure our rights in this country. And if anyone would oppose those rights in our country, who would violate rights, I think I would say resist. Resist like never before. We are at the tipping point. We are 30 years of our Constitution. It's time for change. It's time for action.
Did you know, during the Sona, a 21-gun salute is fired in honor of the president and is timed to start with the singing of the anthem. Did you know, after the Sona, the Minister of Finance will deliver the annual budget speech, which indicates the allocation of financial resources in line with the priorities outlined in the Sona. This year, the budget speech will be delivered on Wednesday, the 25th of February. Did you know the State of the Nation address will be held on Thursday, the 12th of February 2026 at 1900 hours? The proceedings will be broadcast live on Parliament TV, channel 408, and live streamed on Parliament's YouTube channel. Did you know the State of the Nation address marks the official opening of the annual parliamentary program? It is convened by the President in terms of the Constitution to provide the nation with an update on government commitments and to outline the program of action for the new financial year.
very good afternoon, Dumelang Molweni, and welcome to Parliament TV and Proudly South African, the live coverage of the red carpet Sona 2026. We are coming to you live from City Hall in Cape Town, and of course, I am not alone. I'm with my red carpet host, Tammy Dish, who will be bringing you all the local glitz and glam from the carpet. Now, as you know, we always try to partner with Proudly SA to ensure and also to promote designers of South Africa. Why do we do this? To ensure that members wear local and support local. In fact, members have been so excited. We've been getting calls. They've been asking that, please, just be a little, have a little shame when you do judge us this year. Because apparently last year, we did what we were supposed to do here with our fashion police. Of course, I'm not alone. I'm with our two fashion designers, and I will allow them to introduce themselves to you.
Well, thank you so much for having us. My name is Nobukosi Mugwebo from Kosinkosi Fashion House.
Thank you.
Hi, Tepo. I'm Stephen van Eden, and I'm a Cape Town-based designer.
Oh, wow. Well, Nobukosi, tell us, why is it that you decided to go into fashion?
I think I've always had this artistic flair, and in my family, this whole thing of making things from scratch has always been there. My grandmother was a seamstress, but she was a pastor's wife. They couldn't afford to buy clothes at that time, so she'd literally go and look at the store window, copy the pattern, and then she'd do it for her children. So it's generation to generation. So I'm carrying the baton.
And Stephen, what inspired the fashion and the vision?
Gosh, I'm from a very small mining town in the Northern Cape. I was born there. And I think the big city lights just attracted me. And obviously fashion, it just happened naturally. I was always drawn to beautiful red carpet gowns. And I think from a young age, I was always sitting and sketching and designing. And also my grandmother was also a seamstress. And she made all my mom and her sister's clothes as well. So I think that kind of was just a natural progression towards fashion. But I think the moment when I started studying to where I'm at now, I feel like fashion is so much more than just clothing. I think the amount of jobs that we can create in the fashion landscape is quite important, and I think we need to focus on that.
And I love the fact that you touch on the fact that it's not just fashion, it's not just creativity. There's jobs that are attached to this. And of course, let's talk about the importance of ensuring that the textile industry works, ensuring that people are buying local, supporting local, and how that translates in more jobs and more employment, more people being entrepreneurs and employing more people. How that relationship and that balance, talk to us about that.
Absolutely. So it's an entire ecosystem. And back in the days, South Africa was a hub. We had the mills, we had the textile factories, we had the CMTs to manufacture all these items. But over the years, because now we're importing, it becomes an issue. There's the fast fashion that also plays a factor. So a lot of factories have closed down. So it has crippled the economy when it comes to that regard, because when we have CMTs, it employs a lot of people. And there's a ripple effect. Fashion is not just putting on a t-shirt. Every single day, somebody has to go into a store and buy something to wear on their back.
Of course.
And that is an economy on its own. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry. So why can we not focus on doing it for ourselves and be independent as a country and plow back into the economy? Because it's not just a designer, it's a pattern maker, it's a person who's a buyer, it's a person who's making it, the beading. I mean, these are hand beaded. So we're creating jobs, we're creating a whole ecosystem, and it starts with us.
And of course, then, Stephen, we're not alone. We have people outside. Tammy Dish is outside, and he is there bringing us the local glitz and glam on the carpet. Tammy, who do you have there? Okay.
Good afternoon and welcome once again to Sona 2026. We're back here at Cape Town and we're coming to listen to the President deliver us the State of the Nation address one more time. We're back as Proudly South African doing this again with our local fashion police. We asked the people, are you wearing local? And are you supporting our businesses? Are you supporting our creatives? We're here today to check out who's looking what colors they're wearing, who they're wearing, if they understand the theme itself, but also if they understand the importance of supporting local. And the person who understands more about supporting local is our CMO of Proudly South African, Ms. Happy Ngidi. And I want to tell you a quick story. Come through. Good afternoon.
Hello there.
So we've been walking around this entire time and they've been asking us if we're getting married, and I believe we're getting married.
And all I'm saying is that it's our perfect wedding. And we didn't even plan it. The universe intervened, and we both rocked up in white. I know nobody's going to believe us, but it's okay.
Look, I was not expecting people to believe us because it's not a believable story. We didn't know. I'm only seeing her for the first time this morning. And then we were looking at the detailing of our garments. Who are you wearing?
I am wearing Otis Seflo, and I would have failed if I don't do a bit of a twirl.
Yes.
Yeah, to show that.
Go.
Otis Seflo from Johannesburg.
Amazing. Now tell us why we're here.
We are here because we're continuing the movement, the revolution around reminding guests, parliamentarians, and South Africans in general to keep supporting the local textile. This economy is not going to turn itself around, not with the pressure of e-commerce platforms like Temu and Shein. The battle is real, and we have a responsibility to walk the journey with our creatives in South Africa. And when there's a spectacle like the Sona 2026, the State of the Nation address, where the guests have got deeper pockets, where they have the voices, they have the following, and they have the attention of an audience out there. For us to ask them to do right by the economy, do right by local businesses, and redirect their rand from Diamond Walk in Sandton and Platinum Walk in Umhlanga to, in favor of make their purchasing decisions rather in favor of locally manufactured clothes.
Yes. Yeah. Amazing. So that was the request. Is for you to release Mandela from the Diamond Walk and walk directly to Otis Seflo. I'm wearing Silas Nchabeleng, who I've asked to actually design this because I hardly ever wear white, one, but two, we're celebrating 30 years of our constitution, and also as a queer individual, we're celebrating 20 years of our Civil Unions Act. So I decided to get married, but I've got a quick request, right? You've made the request to South Africans and to citizens and to all 1,350 guests that get to come in here to buy locally. I want you to pledge, right? Because I did say we were going to get married.
Yes.
I want to see you pledge. I'm going to open my dress. Okay. If I can get some assistance, yes. I'm going to open my dress. Can I get the marker? So I want everybody who's going to walk today to actually pledge to wearing literally local, but also to remember that it's loved here and made here. So, but we've been asking everybody every time we do this, and our local fashion police experts who are sitting in the room are guarding everyone, and they actually are saying, hey, how far is your Randela or Mandela stretching? So we've got our first pledge from the CMO. Pull it. Don't worry, it's long enough. Don't stress. There we go. She's writing, loved here, made here. Proudly.
Loved here and made here. And can I just say that the guests who are showing up today at the red carpet, they can't say they did not know. Because before we got here a couple of weeks ago, we threw it out there, showcasing local designers, big and small, known and not so well known, to say this is where you can buy from. The fashion police are here. We've got Malondi here today.
Yes.
We've got Craig Jacobs.
Come on.
We've got Stephen Van Heerden.
Come on.
We have got Nomkosi, who are our fashion police today and are looking out for what you are wearing. And if you are not wearing local, we will call you out. We're not shy.
Can we charge them?
We are proud. We will fine you.
Shall we fine
them?
them?
We still have to figure out what the fine is going to be, but we are fining you. We can't make this effort and then you do nothing about it.
Yeah, so people actually go out and they look forward to an evening like this because of you. It's been 4 years. How do you feel?
I feel incredibly happy, pun intended. When we started 4 years ago, it was, many people thought we were smoking cheap socks.
Right.
The embrace was lukewarm. It was not make sure.
Yeah.
4 years later, we get calls that says, don't close the red carpet before I step on it.
Right.
Yeah, the mind shift change is happening slowly but surely, but it's a beautiful space to look back and see how far we've come as proudly, because local is like a Muslim.
Listen, local is like, and I can attest to that. I am local and you are local, and you and I just got married.
Yes,
can you guys believe it? We absolutely got married. Yes, this is our absolute
perfect wedding.
Okay, cool. So we've got pearls.
Yes.
And we're celebrating our lives. So guys, please stay tuned. The environment here is looking beautiful. It's looking crazy. If we actually just move around, you can see guests have already started arriving, looking absolutely stylish, and they're in their colors. And I can't wait what our fashion police has to say about them. Guys, what are the trends saying? What are the colors saying? The makeup. You know, let's talk about the value chain that goes into how we get to an evening like this, because it took me hours to put my makeup on, and this outfit was made over hours. I heard somebody's outfit weighs 6 kgs, so I'm looking forward to those, you know. But I'm going to throw it back to you, Tsepo, and our local fashion police to discuss some of the trends, some of the facts, what you guys are looking forward to today.
Local is lacquer, and that was Happy and Tammy's perfect wedding. And of course, that was a beautiful sentiment that Tammy is doing there, where people will pledge and write their little pledges with regards to supporting local designers and, of course, supporting the design industry at large. We're talking textile, we're talking fabrics, and we're talking the very people that even sweep the factories when all of this work is being done. Now, let me ask Stephen, what are you looking forward to when it comes to the guests and the esteemed members of Parliament as they step onto this red carpet?
I think a platform like this, like State of the Nation, and being a parliamentarian, it is the perfect way to showcase what South African creators have got to offer. I think in terms of trends, I feel like when you're doing a red carpet, you need to transcend a trend. You can't be trend focused. Obviously, you want to have a moment. You want to be memorable, but memorable for the right reasons. A beautifully made garment that's well fitted, I always think is exquisite. It can be very simple. And I think also to keep in mind, you are a politician, but you don't have to be boring. You know, you can bring the vavavoom, but keep it stylish and elegant and tasteful.
And Nomkosi, I mean, a lot of people watch this fashion segment at home and they think, you know what, we have unemployment, we have the issues of service delivery. Why should I sit here and watch a fashion design show? To them, it looks pompous. It looks like it's egocentric. Why is it important that we have this segment? Why is it important that we promote local? And what are you expecting to see?
Well, it's so interesting. I love that question. And for me, coming from Kosinkosi as a brand, which is a brand that has always been about showcasing who we are as Africans. So when we watch shows like these and we see our ministers proudly wearing their African traditional attire, it brings a sense of pride in the African child. Every single year I would sit and watch the Sona. I'd sit and look at the fashion and look at some of the esteemed guests, like really looking incredible in their traditional attire. And for me, the trend because you're absolutely right. You must just exceed
Yes.
the trends. But for me, the trend is authenticity. Let's stay true to who we are. And once we do that, then it's a ripple effect. We're bringing in pride in our own selves, in our own country.
Beautiful. I hear that Tammy has the Premier of Limpopo. Let's see what authenticity she has to bring when it comes to the red carpet. Tammy, let's see.
And you're right there, Tsepo. I'm standing right next to the Premier of Limpopo, and she's looking absolutely gorgeous. One would expect that for somebody who's got such rich wealth of tradition, she would come looking multicolored and super colorful. But she's got a different look today. Good afternoon.
Afternoon to you. You also look stunning today. Very proud. I don't know who's getting married, but you look stunning.
You and I are getting married. We're getting married in Limpopo, I can go to Limpopo right now.
Yeah.
But we asked the big question. Are you wearing local?
Yes, my seamstress, the lady who designed all my dresses, it's Azwi from Polokwane. And I always believe in the talent that we have, not just in the country, but in my province, in my home province. Everything that I wear, you must look at it. You'll see that the ladies around Polokwane are empowered. They always make sure that their premier look good.
Okay, so let's talk about fashion. How important is fashion?
Fashion it's quite important because it's a statement on its own. Before people could even listen to what you are saying, they first look at what you're wearing. Unfortunately, that is the reality of it. Some of us, if I had choice, I wouldn't be going all out to say I need something to look good. But the reality is that if you don't look good, no matter how good the message is, nobody listens to your message. They begin to focus on such. Therefore, if you do not look good, you then detract, and you give your detractors more of the airtime to talk about you, not to talk about the work that you do, not to talk about it's quite much more important.
And to the economy.
The economy on its own, fashion on its own, if we are to focus on proudly South Africans, like you could see here, like what I know you, I follow you, most of the time you are always advocating for the local. And by doing that, you are making sure that you put a plate of food on the table of millions of South Africans. I think that is one industry. If we really want to grow our economy, if we really want to grow, let's focus on fashion. I don't want to mention, but this whole thing of people saying they will get the sheen of the day, the temu, and the all. For me, I'm not supporting that. I'm fully saying, let's deal with our own. The textile industry needs us, especially those of us who are public figures, whom, like I'm saying to you, if wherever we go, we need to also look good. And for us to look good, somebody else would have helped them to be able to support their families. So fashion on its own, it's one of the biggest drivers of economy. If as a country, we focus on that.
Do you think you want to have Limpopo as the fashion hub?
I definitely will, because Limpopo, that's where you would find the true different cultures in our country. The only province, by the way. If you want to see a province where you will find the Bavenda, the Batsonga, the Bapedi, Balobedu, Batlokwa, Batswana, Mandebele, Baswati. You will find them, the original, true, you will find them in the province. Therefore, if you are to bring all their fashion, like I'm saying, when I invite you next month on the 6th of March, I want you to be dressed in a manner which will reflect each and every one of them. When they look at you, they must be able to identify themselves with you. No, ambara satellite, a bit of shibelani, shitikombisa, oaperinya na yele, inchi wonchaka kwa hurawa, wena umuthaluha kwa wahamulot, kure waperi ukaru waskukune kwa. So we want you to look like that, so that our people can look at you and say, wow, there goes the true reflection of South Africa, because we are a rainbow nation.
Amazing.
And our cultural diversity is the one that makes us to be proud of who we are.
You can beautiful. Beautiful, and of course I'm going to go there on the 6th of March, looking amazing. I love your look. If you could just turn around for us and show South Africa how you look. It looks very gorgeous. The colors are beautiful. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for wearing local. You get a high five from me, but also pledge. Make a pledge. Pledge. Can I have that marker? Pledge to always support local. There we go. By signing that, you're pledging to always support local designers.
All support local designers. Charity begins at home. Before you think about somebody else somewhere else, think about the girl next door who can make even a better outfit than someone from outside. Those ones have made their name because their local people supported them. If we don't support our own, who is going to make a name of their own? You can't expect people from overseas to support ours. We start, we show pride, and we market them. Even the entire global community will follow suit.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us. I mean, she's looking absolutely amazing. I was thinking, she was going to wear green, like avocado colors, the olives, because they're quite rich also, every time I go there, I'm looking for lychee or mango and all of those things. And there are many intersections there, When people talk about sustainability, they talk about having to dye or to color your fabrics with various fruits, So I don't know what you guys think. Can we talk about that outfit, Tsepo?
Talk about that outfit, Tammy. Of course, Stephen Nomkosi, that was the premiere of Limpopo. So we're talking, one, the occasion, right? Secondly, we're talking texture. We're talking fit, like you said, Stephen. And then we will give out of 10. What were your thoughts?
I think it was a beautiful balance. Tammy was expecting color and vibrancy, but I think she brought it with her personality. So there's a beautiful the juxtaposition, a vibrant personality, but a more classical fit. And the color I couldn't really see on.
It's like a grey, charcoalish.
But I mean, I thought it was beautiful, very elegant, and I like the way she thinks, because the thing is, you feel as good. You feel as good as you look.
As you look, of course.
I like that message.
No, because you agree.
I agree. Okay, I must say though, she looks stunning for the event of the day, but she comes from Limpopo. I'm married to a Venda tribe, and the Venda tribe are very vibrant. I'm Mukwebo, so I'll represent her. I've got more than enough colors to, but her mind and the way that she thinks, it's so communal. It's build what we have, focus on what we have, let it thrive, and then it will just grow from there.
Let's talk makeup, accessories. Were you satisfied?
Like what I said, I was expecting more something that's more vibrant because of the nature of where she comes from. But for the business of the day, I would give her a 7.
Not a pass.
It's a pass.
It's a pass. Stephen?
I'm also on a 7.
Is it?
Beautifully polished. Like I said, I think the garment is beautifully made, beautifully fitted. And what I really liked is that she supported a local seamstress.
Yes.
It wasn't a well-known designer. And the thing is, it is like she said, how do you expect somebody to build a name if you do not support them first? And that was for me just beautiful. I think that elevated the outfit even more.
Yes. So that is a 7 out of 10 for the premiere of Limpopo in her beautiful garment for the Sona 2026. Now let's continue our discussion, especially around employment, but also let's talk about designers. Let's talk about how the very young designer who is sewing or has a little top shop of sorts in the back room or at her mother's house. How does she ensure that her work is recognized? And how does she grow into the industry? Does she go to school? Is it necessary? Let's talk about that. Stephen, let's start there.
Gosh, the private sector and fashion schools are probably going to hate me now. But my advice to to fashion students, I'm always saying, go and study business first, and then fashion. I think if you've got a flair for fashion and a natural, you know, like you're naturally drawn to fashion, then I think the business side, to secure that first, you will just naturally grow into creating a fashion brand, because then you will understand where it starts. My first job was actually as an accessory designer in the leather sector, and I worked for the company, and the boss took us to the showroom. Now, I mean, you're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, young designer, and you're thinking of fabulous, beautiful, locally crafted exotic leather handbags. And you asked me, what is a good design? What is a good bag? And you're like thinking about hardware and detail.
Yes.
And he said, no, it's a sold bag. And I think that is the importance of the fashion industry, is you have to understand the business of it. So if you've got the business acumen, I think you don't necessarily have to go and study it. I think you will naturally grow into creating your own brand.
And Nomkosi, your advice for the young designers that want to find themselves one day having a Kosi, you know, a big brand that is recognized by all South Africans, right? How do they do that?
Discipline. Don't ever think that the person next to you can't do it. So don't ever think that you're irreplaceable. So when you walk into a room and you need to showcase your work, put the work in first. The bold and the beautiful will come later. All of this is just glitz and glam. There's a lot of work that goes in behind the scenes. So come into just focus on your work. Focus on making sure that you make it work. If you have to hunt down celebrities, influencers, hunt them down, give them something to wear. So I remember coming up, I didn't want to wear my brand. Because I thought I'm going to be getting high on my own supply. So I'd rather give it out to people to wear, and then I see from a distance how it's received. But it's just put in the work, be disciplined, and show up. Show up.
Now with that, Stephen, of course, then let's talk to, what does a thriving local fashion industry look like to you?
Gosh, I think thriving, meaning that I think you can, the chain is totally completed. I think we've got so many creatives in South Africa. I think in Africa, it is definitely a trend that it's focused, especially on creativity, in terms of African and South African creators. We've got so many. But the thing is, we need to have a great supply chain. Fabric suppliers and manufacturing. I think that is the huge thing at the moment for a lot of designers, is that you can have your small team, but a lot of the tailors, the dressmakers, the pattern makers, they're almost dying out. It's because a lot of them don't, the young people don't go and study the technical part of it. They all just want to be the bold and the beautiful designer.
Instagram likes, that instant gratification.
They need to hone the skill, you know, like understand fabrics. And I think in terms of to complete that cycle, you do need to fulfill in all those gaps in terms of have great tailors, great seamstresses, that you can put up amazing production plants, that you can manufacture beautifully crafted garments, because I think that's what in South Africa we're lacking. We can create, and we are creative. But in terms of the manufacturing and the fabric supply, in terms of having the correct fabrics for certain styles, that is where I feel like we are lacking, and that will make us a very prosperous fashion industry if we can complete that cycle.
And Nomkosi, then in your instance, do you then think that it is necessary for collaboration, not just from government? I think a lot of the times we're always saying, oh, government should, you know, what other key players should be invested in ensuring that we have a thriving local design industry?
I'll give you a perfect example, and I'll make an example out of the brand Kosinkosi. So we have a collaboration or a partnership with African Bank. They sought out to find a South African designer that would design a capsule collection for their frontline staff, as well as manufacture it. So they reached out to 9 designers who all pitched for the job, and like what I say, discipline, showing up, making sure you run the extra mile. That is what we did. And we walked in there saying to ourselves, we've got this job. And if anyone can walk into an African bank branch, they will see a locally designed and locally manufactured item. And that is how people are plowing back into the economy. So it's not just about saying, yeah, we're wearing local, but what are you doing on a larger scale and a bigger magnitude, so that there's a ripple effect. And because of that, there's been other collaborations. We've got other banks that are also reaching out to local designers. So it's a ripple effect. It starts with us. The private sector and the government, they can do so much just to make sure that they keep this industry running and growing.
And with that, of course, Stephen, let's talk to then what policy interventions do you think are still necessary in the in our industry, especially when it comes to import and export. I mean, we've been talking about Shein, we've been talking about Timu, and I mean, I think most of us are really guilty of that at this point. What regulations or policies do you think should be installed to protect the local industry?
Gosh, I need to put on my business cap here.
Yes, please.
So, thank you. Look, I think there is already, they're slowly but surely making a movement towards importing and also taxing imports highly. But the thing is, we also need to understand that if we do not have the supply chain established, how do we get the right fabrics? How do we get the right finishes that we want to have done on certain garments? Because at the end of the day, yes, you want to supply the local market, but essentially we also do want the dollar and the pound to invest into our brands. And the thing is, they are used to a certain standard and caliber. So I think in terms of, we need to have a healthy balance. I think on raw materials or finishes to help designers is to see into that the taxes maybe are not so high, so that we can physically have certain trims and stuff made and imported. But I think also to take that money then and plow it into the local economy in terms of creating jobs, setting up manufacturing plants and developing people in the community so that they have a certain skill set. So I think it is just to have a healthy balance at the moment. I don't think we can just start taxing things excessively.
Of course.
Because at the end of the day, we still need those fabrics and trims to come in so that we can create our garments until our textile industry is up and running again.
And Nomkosi, then, should the creative economy receive the very same attention that, I'll say strategic attention, that industries such as agriculture, mining get? Is that where you're at?
Absolutely. I think that when there's a lot of attention that is brought in, it just magnifies our industry that much more. We have things like the mining in Durban was just happening now in Cape Town. And like what I said earlier, it's not just a t-shirt. Everything has fashion involved. And fashion is the quickest way that you can send out a message. So things like the mining in Durban, you can always put in a fashion element, always. Because even at the mines, what do they put on?
Some overalls.
It's still fashion.
Let's make it fashionable. Tommy has somebody on the red carpet, and let's see what they have on.
Proudly South African, asking our beautiful guests if they're wearing local. Mam Gwen Ramaphosa is here again. Last year we saw her looking absolutely gorgeous. Before we even say hello, can we look at your outfit? Can we turn around and look at your outfit? Give us a little twirl. A little twirl to the back. Yes, there we go. Beautiful color. Good evening.
Yes, thank you. Good evening to you too, and to the viewers. And how are you?
We're doing absolutely amazing. Today we're getting married to South African local produced and designed outfits. Who are you wearing?
I'm wearing Caroline Fashions, which is a local fashion designer. She also runs a fashion school, and she trains young people in her field. a woman who's very passionate about made local. So I'm very, I feel good that I'm wearing local, yes.
Look, so you often work with money. How important is it, or is fashion and the economy in this country?
Well, fashion is one of the biggest economies in our country, and it actually unlocks the artistic nature of South Africans. We are creatives. The creative industry is one of the biggest, and it's best to wear local South African and also export our local talent. Very important. And what I also like about our South African artists and also designers is that it's a range. You see, today I'm dressed the way I'm dressed. You know me, I always dressed in working clothing. They said no, for a change. Go and, dress like one of the glamorous people. And I said, I'm not a person of glamour. But I am also giving a message that we've got a lot of talent. South Africa is full of talent. Not only in arts, but in sports, in science and technology, in business, and so forth.
Thank you so much. You look absolutely stunning. And yes, it is true that we contribute a lot as the creative industry, but also the clothing, textile, leather, footwear industry. You look absolutely, even the jewelry, it looks absolutely, I'm seeing the pearls.
I also see the pearls on you. So we've matched today. We might as well get married.
Okay, so it seems that we're getting married again, and we've just done that. This is our perfect wedding. May you enjoy tonight and Sona tonight. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us. That was Mam Gwen Ramaphosa. She says we're rich in our diverse culture. And moving straight from Mam Gwen, we're with Babantu Polomisa talking about the economy, the clothing, textile, leather, footwear industry, how important it is to support local businesses and locally designed outfits. Are you wearing a locally designed outfit, Bab?
Secondly, I'm not wearing any local design or foreign design. I just go to a store and buy a nice suit. So if it is local, good for local industry. But if it is not for local industry, but receiver of revenue still gets my contribution. But let's talk about this thing of textile.
Yes.
We train kids, we send kids to school, and some of them have done fashion design courses. How I wish that when they go out of that, they completed their studies, they can access capital so that they can order, or the government order material for them and machines, and they start producing something. For instance, if you say, produce uniform for 10 schools in this municipality, and then shoes and so on. What is going to happen after she or she has finished designing or doing those materials? He is going to ask for what? Packaging.
Right.
Someone must bring card boxes.
Right.
Transport.
Yes.
That's another person.
Value
so it's a chain.
Yes, the value chain.
So direct your audience to the government to say, let us create a national fund to help the small businesses through using textile industry.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. You look absolutely gorgeous. Yes, and I agree with you. And on that note, we're talking about education and talking about how people can move literally from design and from buying local to manufacturing locally, and also talking about the value chain. You know, he touches on a very important part where, you know, it's not just about making shoes. It's shoelaces. It's a uniform that they wear. It's work uniform that people wear. So I think the stretch on its own and the opportunity is wide. When we talk about fashion in the textile industry, people often think it's just limited to how we look here, but it actually stretches itself far and beyond. You know, that was a very beautiful comment made by this. So the task and the request again is to challenge government and ensure that government is able to fund or to create a fund that helps the creative sector and the textile sector. Let's cross back to you guys and hear what your views are. It seems the color, I've been seeing a lot of blue, I'm seeing some silvers coming through, but it seems the color is blue tonight and it's looking absolutely gorgeous. Guys, what do you think? I'm giving you guys exactly 1 minute and you're coming back to me because I've got lots of guests. Okay.
It is 59 seconds. Let's go. So we're talking about the dress that Dr. Ramaphosa had, a gold outfit. Caroline Designs, she said. Stephen, what did you think?
I think it was well suited for her. She was, and also I like the message behind it again.
Yeah.
Caroline Designs, local fashion designer, but also has a fashion design school that teaches people the craft, which I think is important. That you're not only creating stuff for clients, but you're also giving back to your community.
Yes.
So, yeah, I'm behind Caroline Designs.
Okay.
I also like the styling. The necklace was a beautiful finish.
Yes.
And I love the collar of the dress. Beautiful and regal.
I love the choice of the color combination. So I really feel like she really owned that outfit. And she's proud. She even knows the story around it. So that it makes it mean that much more to us as we're listening. Because now it is truly proudly South African.
And out of 10?
I would also give her a 7.
All right. You guys are very generous, you know?
It's because it is proudly local.
Stephen?
I'll give her a 7.5.
You're not going to get charged if, I'm just saying, you're allowed to be honest, just saying. And then we had the Deputy Minister of Defense, Mr. Bantu Holomisa. Thoughts?
I honestly, I was a bit shocked.
Okay.
Because I think even if you buy something in a store, you need to know where your garment comes from.
Okay.
Where was it made? Because I think that is, you need to be, you need to know that. That's for me very important. It doesn't matter if it was imported, but if you bought it at the store and you paid a certain price for it, you need to know the chain. And if it's ethically created, that is for me important. And I understand his story about the connection and the value chain that you need to create. I wasn't behind giving young designers the capital. I think young designers need to go and pay their school fees. Go and work for established designers, work in the industry to understand where you want to go and what you want to be known for. Instead of just giving them capital, first let them bursaries, yes, to go and study it, business and fashion, but they need to go and do apprenticeships. You need to learn how to make patterns and how to sew.
And Nomkosi, how do you think there's room to sort of change the narrative around men? Men just walk into a shop, you buy a suit and that's it. They normally do not care about whether it's contoured or is there space for men to think outside of the box?
So we're very different. If he has a PA who is female, that is where she's supposed to step up. That is where she's supposed to say, nope, don't worry, sir, I'm going to source something for you.
And what if he's stubborn and he doesn't want to?
I don't believe so. and I'll tell you why. These gentlemen, they have so much to do and so much to think about than going into a store and buying a suit. So they have people that will do that for them on their behalf. So a man like him is supposed to be already, he doesn't even have to say or remember the like where it's made. Of course it needs to be local, but at least say that it is a Limpopo designer or a Cape Townian designer. At least if we can have that kind of a detail, it will go so much further for the campaign that we're trying to push now. Because he is standing there in front of us, he's a leader, and he has to lead by example. Although he's got really great valid points, there are valid points, there are valid points that he made.
And there you have it. Our fashion police has given Dr. Ramaphosa a 7 out of 10, and Tate Bantu Holomisa disappointed them. Sorry. Let's see what Tabi has for us on the red carpet.
Thank you. So earlier on you had Speaker Msipho speaking to you guys in a different outfit. I met her earlier on when I was getting my makeup done. She's back looking different again, representing Gauteng. And we're here talking about like proudly South African produced outfits. Who are you wearing?
David Tlale, a world-renowned South African fashion designer. I must confess I'm wearing this for the second time because...
Beautiful, beautiful!
It's beautiful, the dress is beautiful, it's good, and it has stood the test of time. And unless I'm properly policed, I'll wear it again, but I need to go back to him and get something new.
That's amazing to be able to support, but you say it's a very important thing about recycling. A lot of people tend to waste outfits, they'll scream at us and say we're not being creative. You're wearing this proudly. How important is it to recycle?
Okay, talking about recycling, you can do it in two ways. First, what I'm doing, wear it again, or if you want to use it once, you can give it to charities that support matric dancers, which I have done with some of the outfits that I have had over the years. So, but this one I love, so I will keep. So recycling, recycling in that sense means you are also empowering a young person from a family that may not have the wherewithal to buy a dress, but you're also making a young girl feel very important and, happy.
Why is it important to buy local?
Yeah, I hope the president speaks to that. We have our own industry, and you know that the creative industry is one of the industries that is in trillions, basically, of rands in its productivity. But it needs more support from government so that it grows and creates jobs for young people and everybody across the board. So I am a very strong supporter of it being funded and funded better.
Thank you very much. You're looking great again. You looked great earlier on. Enjoy tonight, and thank you for joining us. Thank you, Rinette. Do you want to pledge? Let's pledge. Let's pledge to always supporting. Let's pledge to always support by signing here. You're pledging. Sign my dress. By signing here, you're pledging to always support local designers. So I've actually just turned this beautiful wedding gown of mine into a pledge dress now. So now we're pledging, and we're going to have it framed. In fact, we might take it and put it on sale.
Oh yes, it's funds for the industry, for young designers. I'm with you on that one.
Thank you very much. She's going to auction it. I know she often deals with money, and she's going to make sure that we find the right money.
Yes, I allow budget to come through the house and be passed. So I'll work with you on that one.
Release Mandela. She's going to release Mandela. She really does pass budgets, that legislature. And she speaks about the importance of just recycling and, passing on outfits and dresses to other organizations, but also maybe just restyle my style, I didn't have this idea until I didn't like, the shirt I was wearing, and then I cut it. So we're here now, and she looks gorgeous. Guys, what do you feel about her outfit and recycling?
There you have it, and now we're talking about recycling, but if you have noticed, I have another two people here in my fashion police. My panel has changed. I've upgraded these levels to this thing.
Oh, wow.
I am sitting here with Malondi and Craig, and they are part of our fashion police, and they will be judging you, the members and their esteemed guests. And the big question here is, are you wearing local?
Yes.
Now, Malondi, of course you saw the outfit, and the most important thing that the speaker said is recycling. And a lot of people have concerns about, well, I'm wearing this, it looks so grand and gorgeous. Where do I wear it again? Now, let's talk about that, the importance of recycling.
I think the first things first is to help people understand what is recycling and how can you recycle. Because sometimes people love the idea, and we are all about sustainable fashion now, but the issue is people still fail to understand what does that mean. So there's a lot of things that you can do. You can either pass it on, you can donate it, or you can just recycle it by using the same material and recreating it to something much nicer. So it's up to us as designers to teach our people what is it really to recycle and what is it really is sustainable fashion.
And Craig, your thoughts on her outfit? We're looking at the occasion. One, we're looking at contour, we're looking at fit, we're looking at makeup, we're looking at jewelry. What did you think?
Well, what I want to say firstly about sustainability, because I've always been an advocate about sustainability from when I started my brand in 2004. And I think it's really important for us to have these conversations.
Yeah.
And I think it's also incredible, like if you look internationally, I mean, Meghan Markle, Michelle Obama as well, they recycle outfits. And I think they opened up this idea that you can you know, there was this whole thing about you see people wearing dresses in the Oscar and that's only wear it once and then what happens to it. So I think it's incredible that the lady from the legislature is thinking consciously about this, because we don't want clothes to end up on a landfill, which is the worst thing, because today clothing has become, I think it's the second biggest cause of landfill.
Yes.
So absolutely any opportunity to recycle, upcycle, to renew, to invest in a tailor is really important. I loved the floral vivaciousness of what she was wearing. I didn't get to see the whole look.
Okay.
So I couldn't say too much, but I mean green always is a perennial color.
Yeah.
So
Alrighty. And out of 10, what would you give that, the outfit?
You know, I'll say a 6.
A 6?
Yeah.
Okay, and Craig?
I could lean with you on a look. I'll say no. Let me say 7 because she's recycling.
Yes.
Okay.
That's
I
also
see
good.
you. I have, you know, this year my panel is very diplomatic. I must say.
We're just starting. Hey.
Now, of course, I just want to know, what are some of your expectations for tonight as well? What is it that you are expecting to see? And what is your no-go? Like, what if somebody just gets here and says, well, I'm in Gucci, what?
That will be very disappointing coming from a leader of the country. You know, we're trying to build a country where we try to recreate again, or we manufacture. Our manufacturing industry is dying down. So if we come out and encourage you to buy local, manufacture local, and you come here and you're like, I'm in a Gucci, then that's really disappointing coming from a leader. So we're hoping that they heard the message and they saw the message, and they're definitely going to do that.
And the message is buy local. Let's see what Tammy has for us on the red carpet.
Okay, cool. So we're back here at Sona 2026, and with beautiful guests, Sinazo Masina and Mr. Mzansi Masina. They are not new to the carpet of Proudly South African. Are you wearing local? And who are you wearing? Good evening.
Good evening, Tammy. Yes, of course we're wearing local. I'm dressed by Ryan Keys, whom you know quite well. I don't know what else you want to know about him this year.
The inspiration?
The inspiration, really, we just sat together. We're looking at the different colors. We looked at the past Sonas and we said, let's do something different. But him being playful as always is like, well, every cloud has a silver lining, meaning that even in difficult situations, you're always bound to find something to be hopeful about.
Cool. So I've watched your transformation in terms of outfits, and I remember saying, you know, honorable member, you know, who are you wearing? And you said to me this year, you're going to shock me. Who are you dressed by?
Not today. I'm proudly South African. I'm very proud, and I think that I've heeded the call that I have to be consistent. I'm inspired by my wife, who always says that let's go local, darling.
Local is
that's what I'm at now.
Yep.
And the color?
Well, the world is green. The world is green. I was inspired by this color. Obviously, more biased because green has to do with the land of the country, and there's a little bit of gold, which has to do with our minerals, and you can see my shoes are black, which has to do with our people. So in the way, I'm wearing ANC colors, if you ask me in total.
Without going there, you spoke about minerals and you spoke about land and all those things. How important are they to the clothing, textile, leather, footwear industry?
Look, it's very important that we give back the land to our people to inspire them so that they can do more. As you know, that you cannot do agriculture outside of the land. So issues of the land are very critical. So that's why at all times in our speeches and everything we say and do, we should remember that we need to give back the land to our people.
Yeah. You look absolutely stunning, and thank you for inspiring this look. Can I get you to turn around so we can judge? Let's see. Okay, that looks lovely. Our fashion police, they are looking at that. Let's have a look at you. You know, you can turn around, you know. You can turn around. Happy Valentine's Day already. You inspired us. Listen, I've got my trail, and I would like you guys to make a pledge to always supporting local.
100%.
By signing this, you're pledging to always support locally produced outfits. I see there Deputy Minister Tandi's next. We're going to talk about international relations. We're going to talk about fashion. The last time I saw her, I think she had long hair. Thank you, everyone. You guys must enjoy tonight. They look absolutely amazing. They've just pledged to always supporting local. We are now joined by the Deputy Minister of International Relations. Hello, darling.
Hi, dear. How are you? And hi to your viewers.
Thank you so much. Welcome to Sona 2026, proudly South African. I'd like to ask you, who are you dressed by?
I'm dressed by Mimi, the local designer here in Cape Town. Even the hair and the makeup is done by her.
Absolutely. How important is it to support local?
Remember, if we don't support this young talent, especially the creative industry sector, we won't be able to grow the much needed jobs. So this is the sector that can easily grow our economy by supporting the textile industry. The creativity of our youth needs to be embraced by us as their leaders.
And as a leader who always sees these creative people and in the sector, taking them all over the world, what is missing, and what more can we do to export and to take more of our local designers abroad?
I think to our local designers and the creative industry sector needs to take advantage of our free continental trade area that is there in the continent for us to trade amongst each other as countries of the global south, and also leveraging on the successes of our G20 presidency, because we have built a lot in terms of community engagement. How do we then create awareness of the role of multilateralism in the space of that group of 20? And we ought to really encourage our people to start to pay attention to what is happening globally, because South Africa exists within the entire global community. So we really need to utilize every forum, whether it's BRICS Plus, whether it's SADC, whether it's AU, for us to advance our national interest as a country.
Well, you've got that beautiful job and you are able to take them all over the world. Can you show us your outfit? Turn around. Let's see. I love that pink. Oh, look at the trail. She's looking gorgeous. Dressed by Mimi up in Cape Town, and them hair and makeup. Thank you so much. Enjoy tonight.
I was inspired by your trail.
You know what? My trail says you must pledge. Okay? So I need you to pledge to always supporting local.
Oh, this is beautiful. So should I put
you can sign anywhere. There we go.
$1 million signature?
That's $1 million signature. Traveling all over the world, and you're taking all of us.
I'm taking all of you to the international space.
We're going all international, all thanks to the Deputy Minister of International Relations. She's looking absolutely gorgeous and tall, and the hair so bouncy and fabulous. You know? Oh, I cannot believe she. I always was like trying to look up, you know. Guys, what do you think of that outfit? You know, she talks about like taking all designers internationally, the free trade, you know. Let's discuss that.
Well, of course, those are some of the important aspects when it comes to fashion design, right? It's not just the glitz and the glam. I think, but first, before we get into that, let's talk about the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Trade, Industry and Competition, Mr. Mzansi News Desk, and his wife, Snazo. What are your thoughts?
I think the wife looks absolutely beautiful. I think she's intentional. I love ladies who are intentional about their looks. She took her time, she sat down with the designer, and she wanted to be beautiful. So that's recommendable. Yeah.
And for you, Craig?
Well, what I want to say is, the thing about the Sona red carpet is women always make an effort.
Yes,
And we
right?
need to acknowledge them. I think there's only one person amongst the male ministers or members of parliament who I always look up to, and I think he makes an effort, is Mandla Mandela. His wife, they always wear matching outfits, and he's intentional when he does that. With what a lot of the men, they in the shadow of their wives and their partners, and I love that. Messina has this year made an effort,
because last year he
start, but we're not there yet, because I was thinking about this when I was asked to be on the panel, and I thought, like, yes, I wear local in terms of my suits, but what about my shirts? What about my socks? What about my shoes? And I can promise you, having looked at his outfits, that I don't think the shoes, for instance, are local. And we've got an incredible clothing, footwear industry. And the industry has been harmed a lot through imports, and we need to support them. We used to have so many different incredible footwear manufacturers in South Africa, and they're all gone now. And we need the ministers and we need people in parliament to start wearing local head to toe.
Melanie, out of 10?
Oh, I'll give that lady a 9.5.
Because you're a glamour girl.
You know what? She was, even her skin is flawless. You know, she took time and someone who puts an effort to be in front of us.
Then you can see it.
Definitely, yes. So I'll give her that. I'll give the husband a 5.
And the husband will get a 5. Look, he wore local.
The husband will get a 5.
So I think I would give him 6 for the suit, right? And -1 for not head to toe local. Look, I agree that Sinazo looked absolutely incredibly glamorous, but is it fitting for the occasion? I think if it was the Oscars, if it was a red carpet, it's appropriate. But when it comes to a ceremony that is part of nation building, I think that we need to dress for the occasion. And I think that it was beautiful and glam, but not necessarily appropriate for a Sona. So I think I would say probably a 7.
Ladies and gentlemen, this panel is meaner than the one that I had. I just wanted to report that because people are watching.
We're going to speak about Sandy's outfit,
yes,
by the way.
we are. So of course, when we had the Deputy Minister of International Relations, she was in a hot pink.
I know.
What did you think, Craig?
Must I really say what I wanted to think?
Yes.
It was, who was the designer? It was
Mimi.
She said it's Mimi.
I love that Mimi did something from the hair, but I think it would have been finished off if there was a jacket or something put over it.
Okay.
Because that strappy spaghetti strap, I thought it was, sorry. I mean, I love that she made an effort. It's fantastic. But, it's not, we're not going to Bungalow and Camp Space.
And Melinda, do you agree?
I agree with Craig. It's a beautiful dress, but definitely not for this occasion. We were looking for elegance. We're looking for something that says, I am a leader of a country. There's specific looks when you look at the likes of Michelle Obama when she's out, Melanie Trump, those elegant looks that say, I am the leader of the country.
We don't even have to go that far.
Sorry.
Is Mrs. Mbeki, for me, dressed like a first lady?
Yes.
It was style, and it was...
This panel is very difficult. I think let's go to Tammy and see what's going on the red carpet. Tammy, save me.
God, look, another human who's not a stranger, the Deputy Minister, Ms. Pinky Kekana. Before we even start welcoming her, I want us to have a look at her outfit, guys. If you could turn around first, let's have a look at your outfit. Have a look at that. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. No stranger to our red carpet. Welcome to Sona 2026. Who are you wearing?
BGS always. She can't disappoint you. She's local. Her workmanship, very, very good. And you know, as always, stunning. And I can't even, mince my words.
Your love for fashion?
Yes, you are my inspiration. You are actually my influencer. You and Mpho, my personal friend. You are my influencer when it comes to Ugutoga. Must look nice. Yes. And you always, even on my casual times when I meet you informally, you always say, Sis P, please man, don't drop the ball. And I always make sure. Even when I saw you walking in the morning, and I said, that's my influencer. Thank you so much.
Look, you always speak to young people, and you speak about the creative sector and the textile sector. How important is it to support local?
Yeah. No, it is very important. And that's why, whether makeup artist, it's a lady from Ekurhuleni, Buitumelo, young woman, that I always support. Through and through. Even when I have occasions in Gauteng, I do my makeup with her. And I want to say to young people, there's a lot that they can benefit out of textile, out of, making us look as better and beautiful. And I think they have what it takes.
We all have what it takes. You have what it takes.
Thank you so much.
You look gorgeous. May you enjoy tonight.
Thank you.
Oh, have a look at the colors. Are absolutely stunning. Did you guys get that? Thank you. Enjoy tonight.
Yes.
And we're actually not even stopping. We're moving right along. And we welcome the Deputy Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture. Listen, guys, it's just gotten so hectic here on the red carpet. Welcome. Another human who's not a stranger to the proudly South African red carpet. Who are you wearing? Interesting outfit.
Very interesting. It's an infusion of different cultures. Xhosa, Sesotho, and a bit of Asian. Proudly made by local women. My seamstress, she's in Johannesburg. I'll remember her name now because she's new. But it is time for us to bring local talent out. You see women are looking quite very beautiful. They're all, I'm sure 90% of them, they're wearing locally made clothes. Look, this is the only time when Faith, my designer, can just hear her name being called on national TV. So we encourage more women to wear locally made clothes, especially members of parliament, because of it can only be this day that their brands can be marketed.
Absolutely, you look stunning. Can you turn around and show us your outfit? A fusion of multiple cultures, Xhosa, a bit of some Sesotho, the detailing in there. I see some tassels. This looks absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much, Deputy Minister Peace Mabe. Fashion, youth, and your commitment.
As always, Tammy, we are now advocating for budgets that are going to be biased towards designers. We have never done that as South Africa. So we've looked at our documents for the past 30 years. We've never been intentional in promoting talent, especially when it comes to designing.
You look absolutely stunning. I'm going to see you later, but you must enjoy the Sona. I'm looking forward to hearing your contributions and how the President is going to speak to the issue of the dedicated and the intentional Mandela Release
Mandela campaign.
Thank you very much. And we keep it moving. We keep it moving. We welcome the Deputy Minister of Human Settlements. Again, another one who's not new to the red carpet. You look absolutely stunning. Good evening.
Good evening, Tammy, and thank you very much for having me.
Who are you wearing?
I am wearing a brilliant young designer from Cape Town, but based in the province of Gauteng. His name is Mzansi Simbane of Imprint. Gorgeous, talented young man.
Inspiration behind the outfit?
The outfit is so me. You know, the writing says forever winner. future me and all. So the brilliant idea of personalizing the outfit to the person that will be wearing it, for me, it fascinated me. And the message that is on the garments and how the garments were made, one would ask, how did this young man come out with such a brilliant idea? So, yes.
I mean, this is fashion with purpose. I can see that there's a lot being said here about, I see HIV/AIDS signs. I did it for me, for a lifetime of me. Know your status and use a condom. This is fashion and conscious fashion.
It's conscious fashion with a message for young people, because we are a country that is dealing with the HIV and AIDS pandemic, and our government has been key in ensuring that our people are cured during this time. And you would know the rollout of the medicines that are assisting. And it also tells young people the importance of safe and sexual protection and the use of condom, because it tells you that use a condom. So I am carrying a message for young people all the way from Imprint by Mzuki Simbane. And yeah.
You look absolutely stunning, and thank you for joining us. This is honestly like a beautiful garment that has got absolutely lovely message to it. She's not saying we shouldn't have sex. She's just saying we should use a condom.
Be safe. It's important. Yes.
Okay, well, we're not going to have a very sexual conversation, but you look absolutely stunning. I'm going to throw it back to the studio for our people to actually have a talk about these garments. These arms look absolutely stunning. The texture of the outfit is absolutely stunning. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. I am now going to pull, the pearls, sorry. The pearls are doing their thing. The pearls are doing their thing. The pearls are doing their thing. Good evening. Oh my God, can we have a look at this outfit? Please, can you turn around for us? Oh, gorgeous. Gorgeous. Look at that detailing. Oh, welcome to Sona 2026.
Thank you very much.
Who are you wearing?
I'm wearing Siposihle Masango, and the company is Masango, and he's from Soshanguve in Pretoria, a young man who's a designer. And because he's in Ndebele, he believes in beading 99.0% of his garments. And he was just telling me that as Africans, we need to go back to beading, and that beading should become part of the economy. And African crafts should come back to the fore, and that we should take AI and also mix it with African crafts. So we came up with this beautiful outfit. As you can see, they also created pockets out of it, and it's 3 young girls who took 3 days to beat the whole outfit.
3 young girls who took 3 days. I mean, guys, can you just have a look at the detail of the hands and where they go? Look at that. How do you feel with your hands in there?
I feel gorgeous because this is my handbag and my pockets. I'm not carrying anything, and I feel very gorgeous in this year because they just outdone themselves in my expectation on what they said they are going to do. So I love it.
You look absolutely stunning. Enjoy tonight. Oh, she looks... Did you guys see all that beaded work there? Oh my goodness. Oh, it just... The beads are doing the thing.
The beads are doing the thing. It's the beading. It's the beading. It's a beading Sona.
Oh, Deputy Minister Nangaiba in the President's Mhlaulu, you look absolutely gorgeous.
Thank you so much.
Tell us who you're dressed by.
Vuyongona of Inami Classics, a young black woman who's a designer, using her for the first time. Very happy with the craftsmanship.
What inspired it?
At the moment, we're very big on the traditional look, modern African traditional look, but most importantly, just celebrating our cultures, the rich African cultures. Cowrie shells, very African as well. So we thought, let's do that today.
As a young minister in the presidency, advocating for a lot of inclusion, but also the economy, right? The textile industry as a whole, what can we do to support and to improve on it?
First and foremost, support young, black, up-and-coming designers.
I'm very big on particularly women. Every one outfit that you make with them, they're able to support their SMMEs. Most of them are small businesses, but also most important, the exposure that they get on platforms such as these. But more than anything, we're at a point whereby the fashion industry in South Africa has been taken over by Shein. When we have such talent, and we need to actually, as government, think about how we're going to ensure that industries such as Shein or all the other, online buying platforms do not actually, get our young black designers and fashion makers out of business.
I want you to turn around first so we can see the beautiful outfit. Yes. Do you know how many hours it took to make this?
I have no idea, but I know that our first consultation was 10 days ago. So she did this in 10 days. Yeah. So I don't know.
Look at the hat. Oh my God. Look at the hat. Oh.
Thank you.
This is absolutely gorgeous. What are you looking forward to tonight?
Tonight, I think more than anything, I think for me, young people want to know what government is going to do about their plight. Yesterday, we released the numbers for the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention, which is our third quarter report, which actually gives an indication that we've actually done fairly well in terms of giving young people, opportunities, earning opportunities, skills development opportunities. But more than that, so for me, it's a message, it's a year that young people want to know what is government going to do for them this year. Of course, the economy is growing. We want to know what we're going to do in that regard as well. But of course, there are issues that are quite contentious. There's the issue around education. A lot of young people sitting at home not knowing what's going to happen. What's the plan to ensure that we expand the higher education sector? What's the plan to ensure, that young people are not sitting at home, not in education, not in employment, and actually, active members of the economy?
I want to tag along with you as you do that change. But before you go, I'd like you to pledge to supporting and always buying local. So, yes, so now, you know what I mean? So by signing this, you're pledging.
Okay.
This is our perfect wedding.
I am pledging to always buy and use local designers. Support local, it's very important. Buy local, wear local, design local, eat local, everything local.
Danko.
Dankie.
Be proudly South African. Thank you very much. That's Deputy Minister and the Presidency, Ms. Ngaba. And my dear friend, he's running to me for the first time. This is our head boy. This is Minister of Electricity. I'm finding you. You look absolutely stunning.
You maintain the standards, Mfana.
You think so?
Look at, I know.
So
this is the dish I know.
We're talking proudly South African.
Proudly South African.
Who are you dressed by?
Peter Mage.
Yes.
Yeah, every year.
Okay.
For the past 10 years or so. Even when I was the mayor. So this is my man. And it's growing leaps and bounds. Exceptionally talented. All that is required for us to provide the necessary support, and they will showcase their talent. Very grateful, and I know that a number of ministers are supporting him. So there's many others that ought to be supported, and we will support them.
Okay, what more can we do for that industry, the clothing, textile, leather, footwear industry?
Well,
beyond providing electricity.
No. I think the heightens levels of consciousness amongst our people. What it means to grow a local economy, and that the talent next door is as good as the talent abroad. All that they need is the necessary support. Of course, government must put the necessary resources, inject these businesses, because after all, you also need capital, to get people going. But you must continue to grow the demand, and then they'll do the supply. They are the ones who, once they get more and more orders, they'll order more seamstresses, whatever you call them, and then create jobs. So government needs to use policy instruments to enable businesses to thrive. We have to believe in our own. I think it's important, and I think it starts at the top, and this is what we've been doing, but it's not enough. I think it's important that we must continue to support them.
Absolutely.
Yes,
you look absolutely stunning.
Thank you.
Let's have a look at your outfit. You know, men take an effort lately. They dress up in suits and they look stylish. Yes, there we go. There we go. Looking quite lean. Enjoy Sona tonight. But I would like him to pledge as well. So you're gonna sign my dress. This is our perfect wedding. You're gonna pledge to support local.
Okay. So this is a confirmation that going forward we'll accelerate the support for local, and also encouraging others to do the same. This is how we are going to grow the South African economy, bit by bit, whatever the contribution, it matters a lot. Create 1 job, 2 jobs, before you know it, we are at 50,000 jobs. So this is the route. Thanks, Tammy.
Thank you. Enjoy tonight, yeah? The lights are on today. The lights are on. Okay, I always get excited every time we come to the red carpet. Welcome to Sona 2026. We're talking proudly South African. Mam Nomvola, you look absolutely stunning. Good evening.
Good evening and thank you very much. This is a product of Chamdo in Kagiso. 7 young women guided by a designer in downtown Maboneng. This is me.
What inspired it?
Being calm and collected, putting everything around my body and the shape of my body.
Talking about the shape of your body, can you quickly turn around and, ooh, yes, she's looking gorgeous. How, you know, earlier on we spoke about like the amount of pearls that were on another dress. There are a lot of pearls here. Do you know how much time it took to make this outfit?
They started working on it from the 9th of December. And I've only did 3 fittings. And I was not happy with the tasks yet. And they had to go back and put these ones almost a week ago.
How much do you think this outfit weighs?
When I went through Lanseria Airport carrying this this outfit, they said I need to weigh it, and it was almost about 5.2 kgs.
Oh my goodness, 5.2 kgs in one outfit. You are carrying a lot, ma'am. You look absolutely stunning. The importance of supporting local.
It's quite important because you create jobs. Where I bought the material, you've got local Kagiso people being employed there. Then you have the young women who designed and worked together with an established designer. All in all, with all that I am wearing, I created 11 job opportunities.
Amazing. Round of applause to 11 job employment and opportunities created. Please can you sign a pledge for us to always support local? She said she wasn't initially happy. The outfit was started on the 9th of December. Today is the 12th of February. So it tells you that people are dedicated to ensuring that this is perfection and the craftsmanship is absolutely amazing. You look absolutely gorgeous. What are you looking forward to tonight?
Fixing local government and making sure that we've got inclusive growth that will create jobs for South Africans, including the small, medium enterprises.
And the guys? I'm joking.
You know you have been part of me. In anything I pursue, you are never left behind. Any child is my child. The right to exist and your freedom of choice must be respected.
Thank you very much. Enjoy tonight. We're going to go to the fashion police, but before we go, let's quickly talk education, right? You were here last year. We're talking about like fashion. You look stunning. Let me have a look at your outfit. That is the Minister of Basic Education. This is stunning. Who are you dressed by?
House of Ole. Really, what I wanted to go for was a really like a corporate look. We're here to work. This is a work day for me, but also supporting local. Remember last year I was dressed by also a local designer. I am finding that local designers in South Africa are killing it. They are killing it. Honestly, the craftsmanship in some of this work, we're not doing South African designers a favor when we are going with their work. We are doing them justice. And so long may we continue to really support them.
What inspired the colors?
So he's the one actually who came up with the create. I said I wanted something simple and black, and he said no, he wanted something textured and to be able to have that corporate look that I wanted, which is not ballroomy. I'm really happy with it.
You look absolutely gorgeous. I've got a gown. Mine is very ballroomy, but I'm also taking pledges from people to support local all the time. I want us to teach our kids from a very early age about supporting local.
Yes.
What are you doing about that?
I want us to tell our children that actually in South Africa we've got lots of talent. I mean, from young people who are creating things. And I really want us to change the mindset that somehow we are stepping down or we are lessening the standard when we are looking and buying local. So from a young age, children must know that South Africa is full of talent and they must embrace it. So I'm happy to pledge.
Yes, please. I think it's also very important for us to discuss the fact that from very, very early age, these kids need to be taught how to support local in school. So thank you so much for your commitment, and you look absolutely, absolutely gorgeous. Enjoy tonight. Guys, I've been like running my mouth. They've been looking so gorgeous. You've got so much to discuss. I'm not even going to keep you. Let's go back to studio.
Where do we start?
We do have a lot to talk about. We really do have a lot to talk about.
Who was the first
and I think let's do just briefly, right? We'll just run through.
Well,
briefly.
I just want to say one thing.
Okay.
So, well, I want to say one thing about a lot of things, but one thing about Mama Action. Mama Action has been consistently supporting local design for a long time.
That is
she
true.
makes an effort. She knows all the designers. She contacts us. She engages with us. She embraces and loves fashion. And I think that we need more of her. And I love the way with the beads and everything. I mean, it was thoughtful. You know, she worked with this co-op of people, young woman from. She planned the outfit from December last year. She made an effort in it, and she looks beautiful, and it's fitting for the occasion. So I absolutely love that. I love that there's a lot of beads going around. I wasn't crazy about the
Let's go here.
Yes.
Out of 10 for Mama Numbul.
Oh, I think I would probably go 8.
Okay, okay. And for you, Malondi?
Yeah, I'll go the same.
Is it just
For me, it's mostly the intention. Like I love clients who are intentional about the look. She planned it, and it looks so beautiful on her.
And she respects the designers as well. I mean, if you've ever worked with her, she takes cue from you, and she appreciates the craft you do.
Let's talk about the Minister of Basic Education, then Minister Kwarube. Of course, she did say that she doesn't want anything boring. She's coming to work. What are your thoughts, Malondi?
You know what? I love the texture. I know Ole, his textures are always beautiful. I'm not sure if the occasion is really for what she chose.
If the dress is for the occasion.
Yes, because it's still the state, you know, it's the State of the Nation's address. You know, let's put on more effort. We're not saying wear a ballroom dress, but you know, let's try and make it nice. It's like our Durban July. It's like their Durban July of some sort. So I think she could have put in more effort, but when it comes to the texture and the craftsmanship, beautiful. I think Ole did a great job there.
Out of 10?
I'll give her a 6.5.
Okay. And Craig, your
We are aligned. Look, I think that I know there was an intentional thought around it in terms of saying that I'm going to work. And I think the Minister for Basic Education has been quite clear in terms of how serious she's treating her portfolio. But I'm like, have a little bit of fun with corporate. I mean, I make a lot of corporate outfits all the time, and you can have a little bit of, it is pomp and ceremony. Yes, I was saying don't dress like over the top. But dress a little bit more than what you're going to do when going to the office. And Ole, yes, absolutely, the craftsman look. If you're going to go for tailoring, you go to House of Ole. I mean, he understands implicitly in terms of how things need to be done. But it's not, it just, for me, it didn't work. I would even maybe even go lower. You said, what did you say?
6.
6. I think 6 might be a little bit too kind.
Okay.
Maybe a 5.
Okay. Now, talking about not being too modest, but also not being over the top. Let's talk about that outfit with the beadings, the pearls. And yes, I found that very interesting.
I'm going to wait for Londeka to say something before I say
you know
what are your thoughts about that?
First things first, I just didn't like that material. I saw
it was the shiny. Oh, okay.
Do you see how mermaids look on TV?
Yes.
Yeah, that material.
It's shiny.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think though the craftsmanship was beautiful. You know, it shows how talented Sihle is. When it comes to that, well done. They really did it so well. I'm just not sure about how it came together.
How it came together.
Yeah.
Okay. Out of 10?
Ish. Can you give the number?
Okay, I'm gonna do this, right? So firstly, where's the camera? Which camera am I looking at? Because firstly, Sihle, we absolutely love you. Sihle, you do red carpet like no one else can.
Beadwork is always amazing.
Yes, but no, not this time.
Okay,
This for me look like, and you know, I know online they're probably going to be loving it. It's going to meme, you know, you can just see it's going to go viral, and they're going to say it. But she looked like she was about to go. She was a spaceship about to go out of space.
It was so costumey.
Yeah.
You know, like we're acting in
Wakanda in the pocket things that we do was like that kills it for me.
Out of 10.
Okay.
Out of 10.
I'll go first.
I said go. Okay.
But you told me to go first.
Yeah.
And I'm like, Sihle, it's not personal. 3.
Oh, 2.
Yeah, a 3 and a 2 for some of the outfits that we've seen on the red carpet. Tammy, save me.
Look, talking about the outfits that are on the carpet right now, I've just bumped into another beautiful one. I just keep identifying pearls everywhere I go. Good evening.
Good evening to you too.
Welcome to Proudly South African. Are you wearing local and the local fashion police? Sona 2026. We're talking local designers. Who are you wearing?
Of course, I'm the ambassador for buying local.
Yeah.
Because I'm the Minister of Employment and Labor. So there can be no jobs if we don't buy local. So all the time, I make sure I support my local designers. So my designer is House of Ole in Johannesburg.
Can we talk about the bag?
The bag is from a township in Gqeberha. G is the designer. So I supported him. He's a young coming up designer who is in a township back in the Eastern Cape, which is my home.
I love that. Can we talk about them shoes?
That is that shoe lady. That one is that shoe lady. Just a shop here in Cape Town. For sure, it's not a local one, but I support it because I buy that shoe lady shoes almost every time.
Look, a lot of people talk about, like, you know, the textile industry not being properly professionalized, and there are a lot of labor issues around it. What can we do to ensure that we are supporting a lot of our, you know, creative industry and the textile industry, because they work many long hours and it's one of the most underpaid industry.
I am happy that the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition has announced that they've got a special focus on textile industry. As you know, all know that manufacturing has decreased in terms of performance, economic growth and contribution of that sector, including agriculture, is one of the areas that we are looking at. And I was happy when I was with the minister who said to us, special focus area for DTIC now is to ensure that we support the manufacturers, textile industry in particular, because it was once big. It is also big in terms of job creation. So we're looking forward to that. Working with the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition, we'll make sure that we go to our people. Actually, want to work with Proudly South African, Productivity South Africa, which is our entity, to ensure that by October we scale up the campaign to say buy local. If we don't do that, we end up shedding jobs.
Do you know what I'm doing next? I'm calling you.
That's good.
So that we can do that collaboration thing.
That's good.
That these individuals know how to support themselves. But as you say, you are excited about it. Are you willing to make a pledge and sign to supporting all local designers?
Yes, of course. Of course.
I'll hold it for you.
Okay.
You can put it on your bag.
I can pull hard.
There we go.
Pull hard.
So there's a beautiful collaboration coming up with the Department of Trade and Industry, Labor, and talking about just being able to see how they can put extra effort in the textile industry. Thank you so much. We're counting
Count us in.
We're already in. Okay. We're with you. Okay. And you look absolutely gorgeous.
Thank you so much.
This is a perfect wedding, ne? Can we agree that this is our perfect wedding?
Yeah, I guess.
Is it our perfect wedding?
Yes.
Perfect wedding. There we go. We just got married. Enjoy the evening. Guys, the outfits here are insane. The outfits here are absolutely insane. You know, last year when we were talking about like the Labour Department and we were talking about trade and industry, in fact, I think I saw Minister Pakstau walking in earlier. I'd like to pick up on that conversation because, you know, there's so many intersections there that have to deal with a lot of the clothing, textile, leather, footwear industry. And talking about intersections, I'm seeing Auntie Pat here, the Minister of Tourism, who's spoke to us literally wearing African-inspired outfits. They're wearing South African-produced outfits, locally produced outfits, which talk to how important it is for us to support that sector and that economy. Guys in the studio, I don't know how you guys have just been feeling about, you know, the looks, the colors, you know. I see a lot of pearls. I've been identifying a lot of pearls, right? But also a lot of textures in fabric. Auntie Pat, how are you?
What is this, a white wedding?
This is a wedding between us. This is a wedding between us. Welcome. It is a wedding between us. You know what? I'm waiting for you to
put that ring on.
No, I'm okay. Put the ring on. There we go.
No, but you must put it in and while you.
Okay, all right. That's the ring. Getting married to 2026, Sona 2026. I just got married.
White wedding.
And we're basically saying that in South Africa is the safest and the most beautiful country where people can get.
In the world, say that.
In the world.
Yes.
From hosting those beautiful G20 summit.
Exactly.
To you walking the company.
And you know, in 2027, we're actually also hosting the World Economic Forum of Davos here in our country.
Let's talk fashion.
Yes.
And tourism.
Yes. Now, you know what? The inspiration is by my designer, Sandy Masabuko.
Yeah.
She knows what I like. She knows what I don't like. I just like plain, simple, elegance. And she always comes up with something that I like. Sandy Masabuko.
Tourism. Let's talk about that. Yes. Supporting and buying local. How important?
Of course, we must always. You know, we can compete with the rest of the world. You look at on all of these. What do they call them? The fashion runways. South Africans are there.
Yeah.
We're also for looks. You know, we can compete with anybody in the world. Okay, there's the boss coming now. Thank you.
Sister Boss. What are you hoping we can do better for young people and the textile industry? And what does collaboration look like from a point of just tourism?
You see what, we had such a roaring textile industry. But then the world opened up. And then you get like these online stores and cheap imports and all of that. And so my solution, I think, is that we have to beat them at their own game. We need to start that kind of industry here so that we also put South African things out. But we have to compete. But for now, I think it's unfair that, you know, all those skills is lost. All the experience is lost. And we must do more. Local is lekker and local is the best.
Local is absolutely lekker. Do you want to pledge to doing more for our designers? I'd like you to sign. We didn't divorce. You're getting married again to committing yourself to always supporting local and buying local.
I will always be local. Look at all the people that you've married already.
Yeah, I've married a lot of people. You know why? Because we must actually take this beautiful wedding dress of ours on a tour. We must go on a beautiful route that allows us to be able to talk out more and more of our fashion. That was Auntie Pat, who's wearing a fabric sense. Thank you so much for loving my dress. Thank you. Guys, I want you guys to talk about the looks, okay? And then I'll be back in a sec.
I love Patty.
Of course, Tommy is having so much fun on the red carpet, and we've seen quite a few other outfits there on this beautiful red carpet as we await the Sona 2026. Now, as you're listening outside, there's music, there's a flurry of things that are going on out there, and processions are going to start just shortly. Now, before that, we have some judging to do. Of course, how do you judge Auntie Pat? I mean, she's so
cute.
Let's talk about the fact that she always wears local. All her blazers are local.
Always, and she's always, I mean, when I've interviewed her on that Sona red carpet back when it was in Parliament, she was always wearing Sandy Mazibuko. I don't know who Sandy Mazibuko is.
It's Fabricens.
It's not Fabricens.
It is.
Is it Fabricens?
Fabricens is Sandy Mazibuko.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because she's always mentioned, but she's never said House of...
I think she forgets the name of the brand.
Okay.
Yeah.
But she's been consistent in terms of supporting local designers. Look, it is a little bit dowdy, should I say, but I mean, she's wearing, in her age group, what she enjoys, and we need to appreciate her for doing that. Because I think that also, like, fashion and making an effort is not in a certain type of category or person. Everyone should do it. So, yes, okay for Auntie Patty.
Alrighty. Now let's talk about the Minister of Employment and Labour. She had the white pearls, the blazer with the pearls. How did you find that?
I think it was well made. I'll say this again, Ole and craftsmanship, they always go well together. He is really good on that. So I love that you know, we've seen people, but they're carrying international bags. But when it comes to her, she even made an effort of having a local bag, wearing local shoes. You know, that's how far we need to go.
Absolutely.
So as designers as well, we need to have that offering so that they always choose us. You know, right now we're saying, oh, but you're carrying an international bag. We need to go there. We need to expand on our offering, have bags, have shoes, have earrings, so that we are able to say, so that our clients are able to say, I'm wearing local from head to toe.
And of course, that is Malondi and Craig. And earlier I had Stephen and Nomkosi, and they were part of this year's Sona 2026 Fashion Police, where we policed the members of Parliament and their guests, asking the question, are you wearing local? And of course, this was a proud partnership with Proudly SA, and hopefully you get the message as to why we do this, because ultimately we're talking jobs, we're talking industries that are kept open, and ensuring that even that factory cleaner gets to keep their job. Now let's go on to the processions as we await the State of the Nation address that is to be delivered by President Cyril Ramaphosa at 7 p.m. tonight. You're still with us right here on Parliament TV outside the Cape Town City Hall. Stay tuned. As you can see, those are the processions there that have already begun. That is the Guard of Honor, and that consists of children of various schools around Cape Town, and they provide a Guard of Honor. And these are some of the esteemed guests that are arriving for tonight's State of the Nation address. Of course, this is the second State of the Nation address under the government of national unity and will be delivered by President Cyril Ramaphosa. One should always remember that the State of the Nation address is one of those rare occasions where the three arms of state, the legislature, the judiciary, and the executive meet under one roof. And this is where the president sets the tone for the year ahead. Of course, from then, there will be the debates that will come up from next week, and those will happen in the new Meester Dome. As you know, the Navy Band is playing right there. Like I said, there's a flurry of things that are happening outside. We have people that are already watching there, and these are some of the traditions that we have kept when it comes to the State of the Nation address. And that is one of the presiding officers. That is one of the old presiding officers, Mr. Kgalema Motlanthe, and he was once the president of the Republic, and he has arrived with his partner. And earlier on, while we were speaking to the Speaker of the National Assembly, we did ask her of who we should expect to come to these proceedings, and she did say that one of the preparations and one of the invitations that they do send out is the previous heads of state, and they are invited to attend each annual State of the Nation address, and so we can expect to see more and more previous heads of state. And of course, again, if this is the State of the Nation Address 2026, and we are live outside the Cape Town City Hall right here in Cape Town. The President is expected to deliver his speech at 7 p.m. and this is a joint sitting, meaning that it is a sitting of both members from the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. The presiding officers of these two houses will be presiding over this occasion, and that is the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Toko Angela Diziza, and the chairperson of the National Council of Province. As you can see, the Guard of Honor is still active, and processions are yet to begin as esteemed guests arrive.
Of course, as you can see on your screen, it is getting closer to the time. We are now at 5 to 6, and of course we've seen some members of Parliament arrive at Parliament, and also on the red carpet their guests take a nice picture. That, as you can see now, formalities are about to begin as the stage has been set, waiting for the start of the arrival of the guests. Of course, you can expect to see quite a lot of number of prominent people, which include the members of the judiciary, which will be led by the acting Chief Justice, Justice Justice Mlambo is acting Chief Justice for this occasion, and as Tshepo would have said, of course, also expect to see some diplomatic corps, the guests of the presidency, the speakers of provincial legislatures, premiers of provinces, as I've indicated, the judiciary. So there's quite a lot of prominent people that you're going to see starting to make their way to the Cape Town City Hall.
And of course, all Chapter 9 institutions are also invited to the State of the Nation address, and leaders of these institutions, such as the Public Protector, the Auditor General, the IEC Chairperson, who we had in studio earlier, Ndadem Sutumiepa is also here, and also from the Human Rights Commission. And of course, this is a symbol that reinforces constitutional accountability structures.
And of course, as you can see, those little kids, they're waving their little white flags who are forming the Guard of Honor. They've been invited from various schools across the country.
And as the kids, as you can see them, they are part of the public participation element, ensuring that the public or just ordinary citizens of South Africa have access to Parliament and the State of the Nation address, which is a key constitutional mandate of Parliament, making it accessible to the citizens of the Republic.
Of course, these processions are ceremonial and symbolic, reflecting South Africa's constitutional democracy and parliamentary tradition. Now, the evening begins with the President's arrival at Parliament, where of course he will be formally received by the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairperson of the NCOP, and this will happen after all the esteemed guests have arrived. As you can see on your screen, we are waiting for them, and one of them being the previous head of state, Mr. Kgalema Motlanthe, who had just arrived earlier. And as we wait, of course, like I said, the President will arrive and he will be welcomed by the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairperson of the NCOP. There are military honors provided by the South African National Defence Force, underscoring the national significance of this occasion.
And of course, when the Deputy President arrives, Mr. Paul Mashatile, he will be welcomed by the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Dr. Lottridge, as well as the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Mr. Les Governor. Together, with the Secretary to the National Assembly that we also spoke to earlier, Mr. Masibulele Kasha.
That, of course, inside the chamber, which is something that we're all waiting for, the presiding officers will enter in formal procession, and they are led by the sergeant at arms and the usher of the black rod, and the mace for the National Assembly is carried into a house, and it's a powerful symbol of authority of Parliament. Once the mace is in place, the joint sitting of the National Assembly and the NCOP will be formally constituted, and that will be happening at 7 p.m. tonight, when President Cyril Ramaphosa delivers the State of the Nation address for 2026.
And as things stand, we await the arrival of the former President of the Republic of South Africa. He served for a short while when President Thabo Mbeki was recalled in September 2008, and that will be Mr. Kgalema Motlanthe, who will be arriving, of course, with his wife, Mrs. Motlanthe, and they will be received by one of the members of Parliament, Mr. Khadebe, as well as the Secretary to Parliament. Then conduct Mr. Motlanthe and guests from the foyer to the roping room on the second floor, where he will be waiting.
And as I say, as we discussed in the morning, that this State of the Nation is held at the City Hall. The City Hall, which was constructed in the 1900s, and it was designed by the architects Harry Austin Reid and Frederick Green in a Victorian Edwardian architectural style. One of the iconic buildings in Cape Town that have been standing for years. And its iconic clock tower houses a bell modeled on London's Big Ben.
And as you can see there on your screen, the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, they are waiting for the arrival of the acting Chief Justice of South Africa, and in this instance that would be Justice Mlambo. And as soon as he arrives there, they will be ushering him into the holding room.
And for those asking, well, why do we need to have a State of the Nation address? State of the Nation address is not optional. It is a constitutional obligation. And of course, it takes place in a joint sitting of the National Assembly and the NCOP. And it sets the executive's policy agenda for the year ahead. Now, what does it do? It signals priorities. It reveals tone and direction and can indicate shifts in policy emphasis. In coalition context, it often reflects negotiation and compromise.
Right, as you can see, once again, we said on the screen there, it should be at any moment. As I'm looking at the screen, I think that is the car that is coming, that is carrying the acting Chief Justice, Justice Mlambo. And as we await the arrival of other key principal and dignitaries, tonight is more than a ceremony. It's a constitutional moment that the State of the Nation addresses, where the executive accounts to Parliament and also outlines policy directions for the year ahead.
And that is the judiciary being received by the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Thoko Didiza, and the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Ms. Refilwe Tweni Sibane. Like I said earlier, the Sona is one of those rare occasions where the three arms of states come together under one roof. We're talking the legislature, we're talking the executive, and the judiciary.
The acting Chief Justice, they're being greeted, Justice Mlambo, they're being greeted by the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces and the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Thoko Didiza. As you can see them walking up the red carpet.
And of course, the acting justice is being conducted to the reception room inside the Cape Town City Hall to robe and join other members of the judiciary.
And of course, we long await the delivery of the State of the Nation address by President Cyril Ramaphosa, where he will set out the tone for the rest of the year. He will reflect on some of the commitments that he made last year, some of the shortfalls and some of the achievements thereof. And then he will probably make some commitments with regards to some key priorities that have been identified for the year 2026.
And as the Speaker and the Chairperson of the NCOP are ushering in the acting Chief Justice. The only time you will see them again now when they return is when they are to receive His Excellency, President Ramaphosa.
Yes, and now he's been walked in to go and robe, and he will also be received by Mr. Moimang, whom we heard earlier on, who's the Chief Whip of the National Council of Provinces, and Advocate Pindela, who is the Secretary to the National Council of Provinces. And there also will be with the head of protocol in the office of the Chief Justice.
And of course, you can remember to join the conversation using hashtag Sona 2026. Use our handle at Parliament of RSA and let us know what some of your expectations are with regards to the State of the Nation Address 2026. And just a reminder that Sona is a formal address delivered to the joint sitting of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. It reflects the principle that the executive is accountable to Parliament. Furthermore, the President outlines government's program of action, giving Parliament a framework against which to exercise oversight during the year. Simply put, it sets the national agenda within a constitutional space. And of course, that affects you directly as a South African.
And the address will also be followed by a debate of the State of the Nation address, which will be held at the New Nester Dome, which has recently been handed over to Parliament by the Department of Public Works. And the President will also reply to the State of the Nation address debate after 2 days, where political parties will engage and debate on what the President has set as priorities for this year.
Of course, Maseko, you are correct right there, but as we are sitting and waiting, we are still coming to you live from the Cape Town City Hall, like this, the State of the Nation Address 2026. And as my colleagues have outlined, we're waiting for the President to outline government's priorities for the year ahead, and that will be happening at 7 o'clock, and that is exactly 55 minutes from now on. And thereafter, as Mashiko have just outlined, debates will take place, scheduled for Tuesday and Wednesday, and the President will be expected to respond to all the issues that would have been raised by the members over those 2 days on Thursday next week. And then the following week will, of course, be the Minister of Finance, who will then put a budget to the commitments that have been made by the President.
And it will also be held at the City Hall. And during our interview earlier on with the Secretary of Parliament, he made a commitment that the rebuilding of Parliament is underway, and they are hopeful that next year the State of the Nation Address 2027 will be held in the new Parliament that is currently under construction. As you might know, that since the fire that broke out in 2022, the State of the Nation Address has been held at the City Hall in Cape Town.
And unfortunately, Tsepo missed out.
I did.
But we are hoping that next year, Tsepo, you will be hosting the State of the Nation Address in the new National Assembly building. But just to look at some of the tweets that would have came in from Tsepo's hashtag, which is hashtag Sona 2025. Just lost it now. Tsepo, I'm looking for it. If you can just talk to us.
No worries. And of course, those are the flags of the Republic of South Africa as we await the President of the Republic to deliver the State of the Nation Address 2026. This is an annual event. It is a joint sitting where both houses of Parliament, the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces, come under one roof, and the President provides his priorities for that year.
The President will also take his salute right in front of the statue, the Nelson Mandela statue there in front of the City Hall, as it has been the tradition since the State of the Nation Address has been held at the City Hall. And also we just saw earlier on visuals of one of the 7 wonders of the world, the Table Mountain, also showing off on this beautiful summer day in Cape Town on occasion of the State of the Nation Address.
And what we can expect to see now coming on will be the military band, the state guard, and the ceremonial guard who will be to Darling. Chief Justice arriving. When Chief Justice arriving, we explained that he's being taken to a reception room where he will be robed and then join other members of the judiciary, and then we can expect to see him leading the judiciary around 6:15.
Of course, some of you might be asking yourselves, well, Why is there so much military presence here? And the ceremonial elements of Sona are deliberate and symbolic. They underscore that this is not an ordinary parliamentary sitting, but a constitutionally significant national event. Now, firstly, let's talk about the military honors. The South African National Defence Force plays a central ceremonial role. A ceremonial guard is mounted outside of Parliament. The President is formally received with military honors. A 21-gun salute is traditionally rendered in honor of the head of state. And of course, the national anthem is performed. Now, these elements affirm the President's role as the head of state and commander-in-chief and signal the gravity of the occasion.
And also following the State of the Nation address, it is expected that in the provinces, they will also hold, different provinces will also hold their State of the Province addresses and also have their provincial budget speeches also delivered. This is so that they ensure that the commitments that are made by the President at national level also get to be implemented at provincial level. Each province will make a commitment of its own
And of
for the
course,
year.
that is the military band, and all Sonas include this. And these performances are part of the culture and the tradition that shows that this is a uniquely South African dimension to what is otherwise rooted in Westminster tradition.
And of course, 7 o'clock, the clock is ticking. We are now 50 minutes away before we get to listen to the President speaking to the nation, reporting back on government's achievements of the previous year, and also outlining government's priorities for the year ahead. And once that is done, as we had explained, it will be followed by the budget. And what follows thereafter is the departments who will then, from the policy direction that would have been given from the State of the Nation address, prepare their annual performance plan for tabling to Parliament. And such documents will then be scrutinized by the committees of Parliament that will then either, as Parliament is empowered by the Constitution, propose amendments or propose amendments to the budget through the relevant committees of Parliament.
Now, just to reflect on what the President said last year at the Sona 2025, he spoke to unity, partnership and democracy, spoke to economic growth and jobs, structural reform and competitiveness, inclusive growth and transformation, human development, health and social support, infrastructure and urban development, foreign policy and global cooperation. I think we can expect that he will speak to local municipalities, seeing that there's local government elections this year.
And on your screen, you have just seen walking in. Those were the speakers of the relevant legislatures, and as you can see now, the acting Chief Justice and the Judiciary also preparing to exit to make their way there.
And these are the premiers of the various provinces as well, being led by Advocate Benny, who is the Deputy Secretary to the National Council of Provinces. The Under-Secretary, as is actually correctly addressed.
You can see that the Premier of Limpopo, Popira Mutuba, the Premier of the Western Cape, Mr. Alan Winde, and the other premiers from the various provinces of South Africa. And next up, it will be the acting Chief Justice and the Judiciary, and they will be led to the gallery by none other than the Secretary to the National Council of Provinces, Advocate M.E. Pindela. And of course, that is the statue of the former President, Nelson Mandela. I spoke to it earlier because I got to experience that gentleman when he was standing right there on the balcony on the 11th of February 1990. And that followed his release from prison after serving, of course, the 27 years of his life.
Any moment now, we'll see the acting Chief Justice and the Judiciary coming through Corporation Street, and they will be conducted along Darling Street to the VIP entrance of the City Hall so that they can also take their seats in the gallery. They will be led by the Secretary to the National Council of Provinces, Advocate Mudibedi Pindela.
And of course, the nation awaits the 2026 State of the Nation address It is a powerful moment, not just to look forward to, but to look back as well. And that is why it was important that even throughout our conversations on Parliament TV, we've been reflecting on some of the commitments that the President made in the last State of the Nation address. And surely, even throughout the debates next week, that is what some of the political parties will be scrutinizing and checking whether has he achieved some of the commitments that he made and what are some of the shortfalls.
And just to remind those who just joined us, you are watching the live broadcast of Parliament TV.
Yes.
We're coming to live on DSTV channel 408, and of course it's a build-up show to the State of the Nation address that the President will be delivering in the next 45 minutes. Of course, tonight is one of the most significant dates on South Africa's political calendar. The State of the Nation is where policy intent meets public expectation. It is not just a speech, it's a constitutional obligation delivered before the elected representatives of the people, those that will then be debating the State of the Nation address next week.
And that is the Navy, and the band is playing outside. And like I said, this is part of the ceremony and the tradition that shows how proudly and uniquely South African the State of the Nation address processions are.
And of course, as you can see there on your screen, the military band, we're hoping that we'll get an opportunity to have to listen to that music. It's playing very good music, but as soon as our mics have been connected, we will afford you an opportunity to listen to that music that is, of course, being played by the South African National Defence Force band. And of course, this Sona takes place at a pivotal moment, economically constrained, politically complex, and socially demanding. The President speaks tonight against the backdrop of collision governance, fiscal pressure, and of course heightened public scrutiny. And that context will frame how every announcement that the President makes is interpreted. And of course, the country will also be listening for the three key themes that are likely to feature in the State of the Nation address, which amongst others include growth, governance, as well as delivery. And we do know that South Africans are not only looking for commitment, they are also looking for timeline, targets, as well as tangible outcomes. And right there, that is the military brand of the South African National Defence Force. They have been entertaining the crowds here from early afternoon, and we are expecting them to continue playing the music until at least the arrival of some of the prominent people that we have indicated that will be arriving. We are waiting for the acting Chief Justice Mlambo.
South Africans, let's listen in to the Navy. And of course, as you saw there, that was Advocate Kindela, and he is the secretary to the National Council of Provinces, and he was leading in the judiciary under the leadership of the acting Chief Justice, Justice Mlambo.
Now what you can expect is the State Guard, which will march up from the parade and assume position on both sides of the red carpet in front of the VVIP entrance in Darling Street. And Darling Street is the road that you see in front of the City Hall. It is located within Darling Street. So when you talk that street, you must know we are talking exactly the front of the Cape Town City Hall. And we are located just across the road from there at a place that is known as the Grand Parade. And immediately after the State Guard, it will be the military band as well as the ceremonial guard, which will march up to take up their positions in front of the Cape Town City Hall facing the Nelson Mandela statue.
Expected also is that the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Dr. Lotchiet, the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Mr. Les Govender, and Mr. Kwaso will conducted by the Protocol Liaison Officer, will from there go and receive the Deputy President of the Republic, Mr. Paul Mashatile. And Imbongi as well is expected, Ria from Northern Cape, and who is also expected to come and do praise singing for the President this evening as he walks into the City Hall to deliver his State of the Nation address.
And of course, let's talk to the importance of having the judiciary at the Sona. And it is a highly symbolic and institutionally significant occasion. It reflects South Africa's constitutional architecture and reinforces the principles of democracy and the rule of law. Of course, the judiciary represents the independent arm of state tasked with upholding the Constitution. Now, their attendance at the Sona underscores the separation of powers. The executive sets policies, the legislature debates and oversees, and the judiciary ensures laws and government action remain constitutional. Let's listen in to the Navy that is playing while the esteemed guests arrive.
Testing 1 2. Testing 1
That's wide open. This one last year.
I can't go further than that.
Up to date. Oh, you were here last year. Okay, no. So yeah, the fish is not as well. But there was a dot that I used for us not to go beyond. Yeah, so if you do this thing, yeah.
Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Dr. Annelien Lotriet, the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Mr. L. Govender, as well as the Secretary to the National Assembly, Mr. Masibulele Xaso. Of course, they are conducted by a protocol liaison officer, Mr. Mandel. He's been doing this work for quite a while, and he's conducted them from the holding room, and they are now waiting the arrival of the Deputy President and his wife, Mr. and Mrs. Mashatile.
We wait the arrival of the Deputy President, who will also be then ushered into the House. And after him, it's expected that the President will also follow. And the Imbongi, as the President walks in, will also do praise singing in Khoisan. And in Parliament, every year, a different language is chosen on rotational basis on the language that will be used for praise singing. And this year, it is the Khoisan. And the Ria, who is from Northern Cape, is the one who will be delivering the praise singing. As you can see, the Mrs. Mashatile and the Deputy President coming out of their car and being ushered, walking down the red carpet and walking towards the City Hall, the entrance of the City Hall, to be seated, being greeted by the Deputy Speaker and the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces.
And of course, this is how tradition is. And of course, after this, after the Deputy Speaker, Dr. Annelien Lotriet, and the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Mr. Les Govender, have led the Deputy President of the Republic, Mr. Paul Mashatile, into the chamber, we await the President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Ramaphosa.
And it's important that the procession proceeds to the chamber along the red carpet. That to just talk to the order, you can see in front is the Secretary to the National Assembly, Mr. Xaso, and then behind him is the Deputy Speaker and the Deputy President, and right behind them is the Deputy Chairperson and the spouse of the Deputy President, Mr. Paul Mashatile.
And of course, as you can see, after they have been led in, the band is about to resume as we await the President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, to deliver the State of the Nation address for 2026.
Of course, that's the South African Navy band. That's been entertaining us. You can see there. You can see them there in that corner, all dressed in white. We all know the colors of the Navy. And during the event, the band also joined other military units, including the Military Guard of Honor, in showcasing national pride and tradition. And safe to say that the band was established in 1954 and is a premier band in the South African National Defence Force, known for its exceptional talent and experience.
The Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, the Deputy Chairperson of the...
That is the usher of the black rod there announcing the arrival of the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly and the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces as they enter the chamber in the City Hall.
All right, and what we can expect now is to see the Speaker of the National Assembly as well as the National Council of Provinces being conducted from their holding room by the same protocolizing officer, Mr. Mandel, to receive the President of the Republic of South Africa, and the Secretary of Parliament will also be in attendance.
And of course, like I said, the band is playing as we await the long-awaited arrival of the President of the Republic, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, to deliver his State of the Nation address for the 2026 year. And this year he will be outlining some of the priorities that will set the tone for the year ahead.
And of course, the military band and the ceremonial guard at Sona are typically comprise members of the South African National Defence Force, and the military band is made up of musicians from the SANDF's various bands, such as the Pretoria Band, the Cape Town Band, or other regional band. And the ceremonial guard, these are the soldiers from the SADF ceremonial units, often including the Guard of Honor, which is typically from the President's Guard and is part of SADF's ceremonial regiment, and other units may include soldiers from the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, as well as the military police. And these members are selected for their ceremonial duties, showcasing the SADF professionalism and pride.
And as the president arrives, we'll see the aides-de-camp. They will be standing in the designated positions at the point of arrival of the president vehicle, just in front of the city hall. The aide-de-camp is a commissioned officer who assists the president, the deputy president, minister, premier, or any senior military office. They act as a link between the principal and the military. They also perform ceremonial, administrative, and coordination duties. And we will see them. They are also considered to be senior military officers. They are appointed basically to serve as personal assistants to high-ranking officials, especially heads of state and senior commanders within the military.
And of course, the helicopters that you can hear on your screen there are a crucial part of state security apparatus, keeping the president and attendees safe throughout the event. They also form part of the ceremonies that you are seeing and the processions that are currently underway as we await the President of the Republic to deliver his State of the Nation Address 2026.
And of course, we now await the arrival of the President of the Republic, as Tsepo had already indicated. I almost said Chepo. As Tsepo had already indicated that we await the arrival of the President. He will be received by the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, and they will be led by the Secretary to Parliament.
And as we know that this is the President Ramaphosa's second State of the Nation address in the 7th administration of Parliament, he also had what we call the opening of Parliament, which is different from the State of the Nation address. The opening of Parliament happens after a government has been established following elections.
Let's watch those processions as the President arrives at the Cape Town City Hall to deliver the State of the Nation Address for 2026.
And that will be the second of the Government of National Unity.
And there you have it, and that is the Speaker of the National Assembly, and she is accompanied, or she is with, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Ms. Refile Mtsweni-Tsipane, together with the Secretary to Parliament, Mr. Kolile George, as they are about to receive the President of the Republic, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa.
And what is to happen, as you can see there, the President has just stepped out, and members of the SADF, you've seen there opening the doors for the President and his wife, and the aides-de-camp are standing in their designated positions at the point of arrival of the President's vehicle at the Cape Town City Hall, and the Speaker of the National Assembly, of course, and the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, together with the Secretary to Parliament in attendance, will receive and welcome the President and the First Lady of the Republic of South Africa.
And of course, some greetings there between the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson of the NCOP, the Secretary to Parliament, and they are greeting the President of the Republic, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, and the First Lady, Dr. Tsepo Motsepe.
And after this greeting, the President will ascend to the stage together with the Speaker and the Chairperson, where he will take the 21-gun salute as we sing the national anthem.
And of course, we are 10 minutes away from the long-awaited delivery of the State of the Nation Address. But before that, we will have the 21 gunshot salute. And this is where it is a formal military honor that is reserved for President Cyril Ramaphosa as the head of state. It symbolizes respect for the president, national significance, continuity and tradition, and of course, state authority.
And of course, the President will now proceed to the saluting dais. But safe to say that the Secretary to Parliament will not be proceeding with them, but will rather proceed into the main entrance of the City Hall building. And the Secretary will then join the Sergeant-at-Arms and the usher of the Black Rod in the passage right next to the entrance of the chamber, whilst the First Lady is being taken to a seat in the gallery by a protocol officer in the presidency. And the acting Chief of State Protocol, Mr. DJ Sitole, seen him there assisting, who is a divisional manager, is also in attendance to the President, the Speaker, and the Chairperson of the NCOP.
As you can see, some conversation there between the Speaker, the President, and the Chairperson of the NCOP just before the President proceeds to the podium right in front of the City Hall.
And of course, the standing order on the saluting dais will be as follows. It will be the President of the Republic, it will be the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, and then it will be the Speaker of the National Assembly together with 2 aide-de-camps. And on the command of national salute, present arms, only the President acknowledges the salute by placing his right hand on his chest while the national anthem is played. A 21-gun salute and salute flight is given by the South African National Defence Force.
And after that, the President returns his hand to his side on the command slope arms. The President does not inspect the guard of honor, and the aides-de-camp do not salute during the national salute as well. On the same command slope arms, the aides-de-camp execute an about-turn march and take up their positions on the red carpet. And on the command podium ground about-turn, the President, the Speaker of the National Assembly, and the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces turn around and descend the saluting dais. And then the President, the Speaker of the National Assembly, and the Chairperson of the NCOP, they will then descend the saluting dais and proceed to the main entrance of the Cape Town City Hall.
Hi.
Thank you. Yeah, it did. Let me go back inside. I'm probably still hooked up and stuff. I know. I'm tired of talking.
of National Council of Provinces as well as the Secretary to Parliament into the chamber. And of course, you would have seen there the President acknowledging the salute of the third guard with a nod as the procession passes at the VIP entrance of the City Hall and proceeds together with the Speaker of the National Assembly, as I've just outlined, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, and they were led by the two aides-de-camp to the passageway to join the Sergeant at Arms, the Usher of the Black Rod, and the Secretary to Parliament to form up the parliamentary procession, which will proceed into the chamber.
And of course, what you have just witnessed is a public recognition of the President's office. It signals to citizens that this is a major state event, and it links South Africa to global ceremonial norms while maintaining a local identity. And in the chamber, members are awaiting the arrival of the President, the Speaker of the National Assembly, and the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces.
And of course, we are waiting the Sergeant at Arms to announce the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson of the National Council. But let's listen into the House.
Ramaphosa, ningoba yekwikingalo, ay kwikingalo hengakwengole ka si kwakhizi ka kwana gasinga angalo ta asi oga ode yadzala ay mingoba Ramaphosa ay kwen hosi kwa ngabe koyi akulima hosi ohu akang ikang e ogatan ay mingoba Ramaphosa ay kwenga magitika ngokonke khokhwaga mi okosinga magai ke ngia khokhwaga mi osinga ay mingoma thamile ay kwe uma kwengalo e no jala tungole magai ke ngia kama mi okosin mingusina
Order, honorable members. There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer and meditation. Please be seated. Honorable members, we will try next time to add just 1 minute so that we can finish the prayers and meditation. Would like to thank our praise singer, and very importantly, that this year is the 30 years of our Constitution, and she gave the poem in Kuntail language, which recognizes the importance of the Khoi and the San members of our society. Honorable members, the leaders of our political parties who are here present with us in the gallery, our former heads of state, our former presiding officers who are here, our First Lady, the judiciary, the premiers of our provinces, the speakers, and all honored guests that have been invited by Parliament to grace this important occasion where we would be listening to the State of the Nation address. Would like also to acknowledge our members at home who are watching these proceedings online. Honorable members, the President has called this joint sitting of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces in terms of Section 84, subsection 2D of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, read with Joint Rule 13, subsection 1, subsection A, to deliver his State of the Nation address to Parliament. I now call on the Honorable the President, His Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, to address the joint sitting. Honorable President. Honorable members, may we be seated to allow the President to address the nation. Honorable President.
Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Togoti Diza, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Ms. Refile Mtsweni-Tsipane, former President Kgalema Motlanthe, former Chairperson of the NCOP, Mr. Amos Masondo, former Chairperson of the NCOP, Dr. Naledi Pandor, Mayor of Cape Town, Alderman Jordan Hill-Lewis, he was nervous. He thought I wouldn't be able to pronounce his first name because it's wrongly spelled. Deputy Chief Justice Dunstan Mlambo, Chairperson of the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, Khosi Thabo Siahlulo, Isithwalandwe, Mayor Sophie de Bruyn, President of Contralesa, Khoshi Mutupa Mukwena, members of Parliament, premiers of our provinces, fellow South Africans. 70 years ago, thousands of women of all races marched to the Union buildings, their hearts beating with a common purpose. Armed with extraordinary cunning and resolve, these women braved police checkpoints and harassment. In a voice loud and clear, they said, "We shall not rest until we have won for our children their fundamental rights of freedom, justice, and security." We recall the powerful image of Lillian Ngoyi, Helen Joseph, Sophie de Bruyn, and Rahima Musa, carrying armfuls of petitions to lay at the doorstep of a prime minister who did not dare to meet them. Every petition they handed over carried the weight of justice. Each of the 100,000 signatures they had collected expressed a desire for freedom and equality. For 30 minutes, the 20,000 women stood on the steps of the amphitheater of the Union buildings in silence, not singing, not moving, not speaking. The powerful imagery of these women standing in silence illustrated their resolve and their commitment to bring change about. Their silence reflected the deep emotional pain and frustration born out of systemic apartheid oppression. Their silence showcased the sorrow and the anger that these women felt in their fight for justice and equality. Their silence was long enough to be unsettling to the apartheid officials who were watching them. In that quiet moment, they showed the world that it is not the shouts of anger, but the stillness of determination that moves mountains. After the silence came the singing of the now eternally famous chant that has gone down in our struggle history, symbolizing the powerful role played by women in the struggle against apartheid. They chanted, "Watinta Bafazi, Watinti Mbogod." Translated, it means you strike a woman, you strike a rock. It is said that the women's chant rolled down the terraces of the union buildings, turning the seat of state power into a stage of protest, where courage meets authority. This evening we are honored to have amongst us Mzansi de Brain, one of the leaders that marched and a stalwart of our struggle for freedom. She and many other women who have made enormous sacrifices in our struggle for freedom remind us that women have always been at the forefront of change, ready to stand up, to be counted, to speak out, and never back down in the fight for justice. To mark this anniversary, I'd like to ask you to rise and give a standing ovation to the women of South Africa who marched on the Union buildings in 1956.
We may be seated.
Mzansi de Brain, I can see where you are seated. Please stand up so that we can see you. It was 50 years ago, in that same spirit of defiance and struggle, that young people in Soweto walked out of school and marched towards Orlando Stadium to oppose the imposition of Afrikaans as a medium of instruction and the hated system of Bantu education. Their courage in the face of a brutally oppressive regime reverberated around the world and brought renewed attention to our struggle. The determination and sacrifices of the youth of 1976 and the generations of young people that would follow continue to inspire us. We thank the young people of 1976. "30 years ago, in 1996, in this very precinct, in the Houses of Parliament, the Constitutional Assembly adopted the text on which our democratic nation is founded. Our Constitution reflects the spirit of those women who marched in 1956. and the young people of 1976, and the many South Africans from all walks of life who fought for our freedom. It is a constitution that reflects the aspirations of the people of South Africa for a nation that is united and at peace, a nation that has thrown off the shackles of oppression and a divided past. It is a constitution that calls on us not only to redress the injustices of the past, but to progressively realize the right of all South Africans to housing, to health, to food, to water, to social security, to education, and to a better and prosperous life for all. Today, we must realize these aspirations in a world that is rapidly changing, a world in which narrow self-interest has replaced the common good, a world in which trade is used as an instrument of cohesion, a world in which might is right and the powerful impose themselves on the weak. To navigate this new world, we must draw on our strength as a nation. Our strength comes from our values, as articulated in our Constitution. The values of dignity, of equality, of non-racialism, non-sexism, diversity, and of the inherent worth of every person. It comes from our people. Our strength comes from our people, from our tolerance, from our generosity, kindness, and solidarity. It comes from our steadfast commitment to upholding the rights and affirming the dignity of people in our society who face prejudice and discrimination, including persons with disabilities and members of the LGBTQIA+ community. Our strength comes from our determination and resolve. It comes from our creativity and inspiration. As we navigate this new world, we must rely on that strength, the strength that comes from our natural endowments, from the minerals in our earth and the richness of our soil, from the beauty of our mountains and shores. Our strength comes from our institutions, which are robust, independent, and from the spirit of democracy and freedom that lives deep within all of us. Our strength and power comes from one another. It comes from what we can achieve when we work together. Our strength also comes from our respect for one another, even as we may differ on various issues. Our strength also comes from our sporting men and women who continue to lift the South African flag on the world stage and bring glory to our nation. Now, as we reflect on the state of our nation, we can say that we are stronger today than we were a year ago. Our economy is growing again, and this growth is gathering pace. While we have experienced 4 consecutive quarters of GDP growth, we know that it has to grow much higher and much faster to meet our social and economic challenges. We have achieved 2 consecutive primary budget surpluses. Our credit rating has improved. Interest rates are coming down, and inflation is at its lowest level in 20 years. We are on a clear path of stabilizing our national debt. The rand has strengthened against the dollar. The Johannesburg Stock Exchange, the largest stock exchange on the African continent, has performed exceptionally well over the past year. This growth reflects broader economic recovery, investor confidence, and increasing interest in South Africa's economy and equities. Our borrowing costs have been declining. Through Operation Vulindlela, we've made significant progress in accelerating economic reform and opening the way for investment competition. We have brought an end to load shedding and built a more dynamic and resilient energy system. We have made progress in improving the performance of our ports and freight rail lines, steadily increasing the volume of goods that we move in and out of our country. We have restored our passenger rail system. More and more commuters are now able to travel to work on newly locally made trains, significantly reducing their traveling costs. We are investing across our country in roads, in bridges, in rail lines, in ports, in dams, and in solar farms. We have created over 2.5 million opportunities through the presidential employment stimulus, mainly for young people and women. The expanded Works program and community work program continue to offer job opportunities to many throughout the country. Last year, we saw the highest matric pass rate in our history, with more than two-thirds. Now, with more than two-thirds of all bachelor passes coming from schools in the most disadvantaged communities. Now, as the economy continues to grow, the rate of unemployment must come down. By expanding our social protection system through the SRD grant, we have reduced the number of people living in food poverty. We are strengthening our anti-corruption laws. Our country has been removed from the grey list of Financial Action Task Team. We continue to make the progress that was difficult to make in previous years. The work we have done to rebuild key institutions from state capture is showing results. The South African Revenue Service is once again a world-class tax authority. The investigating directorate continues with its work and is making progress in the prosecution of those who need to be prosecuted. Most importantly, our democratic system is maturing. Our democratic system is maturing and growing stronger. The government of national unity, you will love this, has shown that it is possible for South Africans to come together from across the political spectrum to work on a common agenda for growth and progress. Last year, we hosted the leaders of the world for a successful G20 summit, which showcased our country's strength on the global stage. Confidence is rising amongst investors, business people, and consumers. Now, these improvements are the result of a determined effort across government and across society. They show what is possible when we work in unity and we work with unity of purpose. Now we have a unique window of opportunity to translate these gains into sustained growth. Despite this progress, we must be honest about the challenges that we still face. Although we are moving forward, we must not claim any easy victories. We are still far from where we need to be. For too many people, life remains hard. Jobs are scarce and opportunity is out of reach. South Africans are worried about violent crime and corruption. They are concerned at the state of local government and its inability to deliver basic services in many parts of the country. Above all, they are desperate for work and for an income to support their families. We can only be strong when we are equal, when the progress we have made is shared by all South Africans. The Constitution calls on us to work towards a society in which every South African has a fair chance to make a better life for themselves, in which every child receives a decent education and an opportunity to work and to thrive, a society in which we reclaim our public spaces and meet one another in the streets as equals, in which the state works for the people and the corrupt face consequences. This State of the Nation address outlines the actions that we have taken since last year and the steps we will take this year to advance the strategic priorities of the Government of National Unity. And these priorities, to remind ourselves, are firstly, to drive inclusive growth and job creation. Secondly, to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. And thirdly, to build a capable, ethical and developmental state. This evening, we outline the work we must do, work that we must do together to build stronger communities and a stronger nation. We outline the work we must do together to build a South Africa that is more prosperous, more inclusive, and more peaceful, more united, and ultimately more equal. A stronger South Africa must be safe and secure. The cost of crime is measured in lives that are lost and futures that are cut short. It is felt also in the sense of fear that permeates our society and in the reluctance of businesses to invest. Children here in the Western Cape are caught in the crossfire of gang wars. People are chased out of their homes by illegal miners in Kagiso, in Gauteng, Bapoba Mogale as well. Women are murdered by their partners in their homes. Building sites are shut down by criminals. This must and will change. Organized crime is now the most immediate threat to our democracy, our society and our economic development. Our primary focus this year is on stepping up the fight against organized crime and criminal syndicates. And we will do so using technology, intelligence, and integrated law enforcement. We will tackle organized crime by consolidating intelligence at national level, identifying priority syndicates, and deploying hand-picked multidisciplinary intervention teams focused on dismantling criminal networks. To strengthen our fight, against gang violence, I will be deploying the South African National Defence Force to support the police Now, thank you. Thank you. As I said, I will be deploying the South African National Defence Force to support the police as we did to great effect with illegal mining. I have directed the Minister of Police and the SANDF to develop a technical plan on where our security forces should be deployed within the next few days in the Western Cape and in Gauteng to deal with gang violence and illegal mining. Now, as is required by the Constitution, I will inform the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces regarding the timing and place of the deployment of our soldiers and what it will cost. We have to act to rid our country of gang violence. At the same time, we are implementing an integrated strategy to address the root causes of crime through coordinated interventions across society, from street lighting to access to social services. We are going to tackle gun crime by streamlining legislation and regulations on licensing, possessing and trading in firearms and ammunition. We will increase enforcement of existing gun laws. We are putting more boots on the ground through the recruitment this year of 5,500 police officers, adding to the 20,000 new officers we announced previously in the State of the Nation address. We are also addressing the threat posed by the infiltration of illegal and counterfeit goods to South African jobs and industry. We are establishing a national illicit economy disruption program that brings together key state agencies and other stakeholders, including the private sector. Through the effective use of data analytics, AI, we will be targeting high-risk sectors like tobacco, fuel, alcohol, and other counterfeit products. The hearings of the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry and the hearings that are going on in the ad hoc committee here have exposed rampant corruption in the SAPS and some metro police departments through the abuse of power. We cannot tolerate this. The rule of law depends on a police service that is ethical, responsive, and rooted in the communities that it serves. The South African Police Service has established a task team to ensure that investigations arising from the Madlanga Commission are undertaken swiftly without interference. The State Security Agency will re-vet the senior management of the South African Police Service and Metro Police Departments. The vetting process will include lifestyle audits as well. As we have successfully done with previous commissions, we will use the recommendations of the Madlanga Commission to make far-reaching changes. We are determined that the Commission's findings and recommendations will lay the basis for a fundamental reform of our criminal justice system. We are confident that these efforts will succeed because the great majority of police officers are dedicated to upholding the law and diligently serving the people of South Africa. Now, drawing on the success of Operation Vulindlela in advancing economic reform, we will use a similar approach to establish a hard-hitting new criminal justice reform initiative This will crack down on organized crime, on illicit firearms and trade, using a dedicated team to ensure that reforms are implemented across the system. We are further intensifying the fight against corruption by strengthening bodies such as the Special Investigating Unit, the National Prosecuting Authority, and the Hawks. We will finalize government's approach to the recommendations of the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council on the establishment of a permanent, independent, overarching anti-corruption body. We cannot accept that those who speak out against corruption are victimized, targeted, and killed. The Whistleblower Protection Bill will be introduced in Parliament. Among other things, this will criminalize retaliation and provide psychosocial, legal, and financial support to whistleblowers. And there will be a special focus on restructuring our procurement system with a view to ending corruption. The Auditor General reports that the majority of incidents of corruption originate in the procurement system. We cannot allow this cancer to continue, and we must therefore act. Measures will be taken. Measures that we will take will include the use of technology and the finalization of the new Public Procurement Act regulations by mid-2026. We cannot fight organized criminals by treading softly. We must act with zero tolerance and bring the full force of the law to bear. And I'd like this message to be clear. There will be no impunity for acts of criminality and corruption. In addition to crime, water is now the single most important issue for many people in our country, from large cities like Johannesburg to smaller towns like Knysna and rural areas like Guyana. We have all seen the pain that our people have been expressing through demonstrations in various parts of Gauteng. Now, these protests have been fueled by the frustrations that our people are feeling over inadequate, unreliable access to basic services such as water. I have directed the Minister of Water and Sanitation and her deputy, as well as the Minister of Cooperative Governance, to attend to the water shortage problem and engage with our communities. Now, I can see you are excited. As we speak,
Order, honorable members. Can we please lessen our voices so that members can hear the message? Thank you.
As we speak, they are in Gauteng at the moment, engaging with our people, explaining to them precisely how government intends to immediately deal with the challenges that our people are experiencing. They have informed me that the pipes that had been damaged are being repaired and the reservoirs are filling up again. Now, this comes from poor planning, inadequate maintenance of water systems by many of our municipalities, and the main cause of the problems are now the reason why we are now having empty taps. There is no silver bullet to address this challenge, which has its roots in systemic failures and many years of neglecting infrastructure. To ensure water security is in the long term, we are building new dams, upgrading existing infrastructure, we have committed 156 billion rand in public funding for water and sanitation infrastructure over the next 3 years. The construction of the Lesotho Highlands Water Project and other large-scale projects like the Ntabelanga Dam, part of the Mzimvubu Water Project in the Eastern Cape, is advancing. And we are in the final stages of establishing a national water resource infrastructure agency to effectively manage the country's water infrastructure and mobilize funding for infrastructure. However, the real challenge lies not in the availability of water, but in getting water to people's taps. The Water Services Amendment Act, or Bill, will enable us to hold water service providers accountable for their performance, and if they don't perform, to be able to withdraw their licenses if they do not deliver. If a municipality is not willing or able to provide a service to its residents, then it must be done by another structure that can do so. Now, these reforms will address the root causes of the water crisis. In the short term, we need to address the immediate crisis where water outages are being experienced right now. 3 years ago, when we were experiencing daily power cuts, we established the National Energy Crisis Committee to enable a focused national response. We overcame what seemed like an insurmountable challenge by adopting a clear plan and delivering on it. Using the same approach, we will now elevate our response to water crisis to a National Water Crisis Committee, which I will chair. The structure will bring together all existing efforts into a single coordinating body. The Deputy President has been working with a number of water authorities in the country, and we will coordinate all that to make sure that we address this problem. It will deploy technical experts and resources from national government to municipalities facing water challenges. It will ensure that action is taken swiftly and effectively to address the problem. To address the challenges effectively, we will not hesitate to use the powers that are enshrined in our Constitution and in the Water Services Act to intervene in municipalities where necessary. National government cannot stand by and believe that local government will be able to solve the problem which they are not able to solve. National government will therefore intervene. We will hold to account those who neglect their responsibility to supply water to our people. Government has already laid criminal charges against 56 municipalities that have failed to meet their obligations. We will now move to even lay charges against municipal managers for violating the National Water Act. The critical problem is that in many metros, in many of our cities and towns, water revenue is being used for other purposes, and very little is invested in upgrading and maintaining water infrastructure. To address this challenge, in line with the commitment that we made last year, we have introduced a new 54 billion rand incentive for metros to reform their water and sanitation electricity services. This will ensure that the revenue from water usage is put straight back into fixing pipes, into fixing reservoirs, and into pumping stations. Water outages are a symptom of a local government system that is not working. A far-reaching overhaul is now underway to address the root causes of dysfunction in many of our municipalities. In many places, local government administrations are weak, don't have the capacity, and are also governed by patronage rather than by technical capacity and merit. In her most recent report on local government, the Auditor General said, local government is characterized by inefficient accountability, failing service delivery, poor financial management and governance, weak institutional capability and widespread instability. She says that arresting the decline of local government will require our collective action. We are now taking collective action. Learning from our experience of the past 30 years, we will in the coming months finalize a revised white paper on local government. This will provide solutions for the functioning of an effective local government system. The white paper will reimagine the way that our local government should work. The current system is too complex and fragmented, expecting even small and weak municipalities to take on many responsibilities. We will propose fundamental changes that recognize the reality that some municipalities can take on more functions than others, and that we need a differentiated approach to municipal powers and responsibilities. We're also proposing a more structured cooperation between municipalities and traditional and Khoisan leadership institutions to enable community engagement and shared problem solving. We will ensure that senior officials in local government have the required qualifications and are appointed through an independent process free from political interference. Where municipalities fail, we will strengthen the ability of national government to intervene more quickly and to direct corrective measures in the interest of serving our people better. These changes may be difficult, but they must be done. While these fundamental reforms are underway, we will continue to implement targeted support to improve the delivery of basic services through the presidential working groups on eThekwini and Johannesburg. While we have made progress in stabilizing eThekwini, which has led to investor confidence returning, there is much more that needs to be done in Johannesburg to deal with collapsing infrastructure, financial mismanagement, and electricity and water interruptions. The same applies to a few other metros in our country as well. There are many committed people with skills and experience working in local government. It is our responsibility to remake, reorganize, and better resource municipalities so that they can continue doing their work. As a country, we're increasingly vulnerable to extreme weather conditions. And just a few weeks ago, catastrophic flooding in Limpopo and Mpumalanga, as well as parts of KZN, caused the loss of a number of lives and widespread destruction of homes, schools, clinics, and other infrastructure. I visited Giyani, and where there were 16 houses, nicely built houses, as we arrived, it was just an open field. The houses had been washed away. It was like there were no houses ever before. The foundations, the roofs, and all that had been washed away. The classification of floods as a national disaster has enabled national and provincial government to prioritize funding to address the most pressing needs of the people who are affected. A stronger South Africa depends on a growing economy. For more than 15 years, our economy has experienced low growth. All our actions are now driven by the need for rapid and inclusive economic growth to create more jobs and to create, for that matter, better quality jobs. To give effect to the medium-term development plan, Cabinet has approved a comprehensive implementation plan to drive growth and inclusion. Through this plan, we are working to revive growth by creating conditions for firms or companies to invest by maintaining a clear and stable macroeconomic framework, investing in infrastructure that works, creating a conducive regulatory framework that supports growth and enables competition, and a focused and forward-looking industrial policy. The foundations of this plan is investment, particularly in public infrastructure, as well as labor-intensive growth sectors that are capable of future growth. Now, these include the digital and green economy, where young people will find employment opportunities. Infrastructure is much more than an investment in brick, mortar, concrete, and steel. It is an investment in jobs, in productivity, in growth. For many years, fixed investment has been declining. We are now changing all that. Government has committed more than 1 trillion rand in public investment over 3 years to build and maintain infrastructure. This is the largest allocation of its kind in our country's history, and it will be transformative. It will create jobs. Through the Infrastructure Fund and the new regulations for public-private partnerships, we are using innovative funding models, reducing risk and attracting investors to fast-track projects in energy, in water, in transport, and in the digital infrastructure. We launched our first-ever infrastructure bond to raise funding for the infrastructure drive that we have embarked upon, which was more than 2 times oversubscribed, showing that when we have put our resolve forward and have put forward innovative ways of raising money, those with money, the private sector, do respond. Disputes arising from implementation of tenders often delay the implementation of necessary infrastructure. We often find that when an infrastructure project is about to be embarked upon, competitors start taking each other to court, and waiting for the long court process always delays the start of those projects. To prevent undue delays in critical projects, we will establish specialized courts for commercial matters with dedicated judges and dedicated court roles to ensure faster outcomes in matters that have a bearing on the economy and development. This will speed up the development of our infrastructure. This year, we will begin the work to establish a professional state property company to transform the 88,000 buildings and 5 million hectares of land owned by the state into professionally managed engines of growth and development. I see you like this one very much. I will repeat it. Now, through Operation Vulindlela, we are working to transform the structure of our economy, to fix our infrastructure, and make our electricity, water, and logistics sectors more competitive and more efficient. Having put load shedding behind us, we must now transform our energy system to ensure long-term energy security. For decades, our economy grew on the back of cheap electricity. But then state capture, mismanagement, inadequate maintenance, and inflated mega projects drove up the cost of electricity to businesses and to ordinary citizens. Now, with the far-reaching changes that we are making to the sector, and with our abundant solar and wind resources, we will be able to drive down the cost of electricity. Regulatory changes have enabled a massive and growing pipeline of investment in renewable energy. By 2030, more than 40% of our energy supply will be coming from cheap, clean, renewable energy sources. We are now establishing a level playing field for competition so that we are never again exposed to the risk of relying on a single supplier to meet our energy needs. We are restructuring ESCOM and establishing a fully independent state-owned transmission entity, as I have said before. This entity will have ownership and control of transmission assets and be responsible for operating the electricity market. Given the importance of this restructuring for the broader reform of the electricity sector, I have established a dedicated task team under the National Energy Crisis Committee to address the various issues relating to the restructuring process, including clear timeframes for its phased implementation. The Minister of Electricity and Energy, Minister of Finance, and the Minister of the Presidency, and other ministers will all work together to make sure that we come up with clear proposals and timelines and how this will be phased in terms of implementation. This task team will report to me within 3 months. In addition, we will this year commence the first round of independent transmission projects to enable private investment in expanding our national grid. There has been tremendous interest. There's been tremendous interest in investments in our transmission process. We will work in each province to address transformer overloading, illegal connections, and equipment failure with the objective of eradicating load reduction by next year. We are committed to the path that we have embarked upon to modernize our energy system. We have begun to turn around the performance of our rail system and ports so that our businesses can get their products to global markets. We have now enabled private rail operators to access our network on a concessionary basis, which will now allow different rail companies to compete to move volumes from road to rail. Later this year, we will initiate major public-private partnerships in our port terminals and rail corridors through a concession model that preserves public ownership by the state while mobilizing private investment and expertise. Last month, we concluded a partnership with an international port operator to manage the Durban Pier 2 container terminal, the largest in our country. Pier, you're right. This partnership, something good also comes from your side. This partnership will result in new investment in equipment and infrastructure at the port and will bring it back to world-class standards. We continue preparations for the introduction of high-speed rail in South Africa. I know you love this one. Now this, I've been saying that we would like this to cover initially routes such as Johannesburg and Musina and eThekwini to Johannesburg. Now, it often takes, high-speed trains are happening in many parts of the world. They have cut down the time of travel, and in my book, it should no longer take 5 to 6 hours to travel from eThekwini or Durban to Johannesburg, 4.5 hours from Johannesburg to Messina, when it can be done in a much shorter space of time. Our people want it, and progress is now being made. Nearly 30 companies indicated their willingness to participate in high-speed rail corridors when we put out the request for information last year. We are preparing to send out a request for proposals which will introduce a new era of long-distance rail travel in South Africa at a faster pace. We are determined to compete in a rapidly changing global economy. Our industrial policy focuses on areas where we have competitive advantage, where we can create jobs, and where we can drive up exports. Our trade policy is aimed at promoting sustainable development, growth, and strengthening our international partnerships. In a world where countries are looking to diversify their supply chains, we have an opportunity to ramp up our exports across the globe. We have a diverse economy, high-quality manufacturing facilities, and strong regulatory frameworks. We are strengthening our capacity for trade negotiations and expanding our missions abroad to drive economic diplomacy. Amid the turmoil in the global economy, we are supporting our established industries in the face of strong headwinds. We have moved to revive our ferrochrome industry and to protect jobs in our steel industry, in our automotive and other sectors which employ hundreds of thousands of South Africans in good quality jobs. Ministers are crunching the numbers on a daily basis, seeking to protect the jobs that could be lost through the decline of these industries that are now facing fierce competition. We are working with businesses and workers to close loopholes in our tariff structure and develop additional measures to protect and grow our manufacturing base. As we protect jobs in vulnerable industries, we remain focused on sectors that will drive future growth. We know that we can create millions of good quality jobs in sectors like agriculture, mining, and services industry, as well as in the green economy. These are areas where we can be more than competitive. We can be the best in the world. Our agricultural sector is expanding rapidly. Already we are the second largest exporter of citrus fruit in the world. We are opening new markets for our exports, from citrus to avocados to maize, livestock, grapes, and wine. Through the blended finance scheme, working with the Land Bank and the commercial banks, we have provided 7.8 billion rand in innovative funding for black producers. We will deploy 10,000 new extension officers to support farmers and to improve agricultural productivity. This will give rise to many opportunities for young people to be employed in the agricultural sector. I saw how this works extremely well in Ethiopia, in the agricultural sector, which was really the worst sector. They employed 40,000 or so extension officers who support farmers. And all of a sudden, agriculture has now become the best performing sector in their economy. While the rest of our agriculture is thriving, the cattle industry today is facing one of the worst outbreaks of foot and mouth disease our country has ever experienced. This disease is damaging our economy, resulting in export bans, trade restrictions, and the devastation of herds. We have decided to vaccinate the entire national herd of 14 million cattle. This requires 28 million vaccines over the next few months. The state will facilitate the acquisition of the vaccines centrally to ensure that we get the right vaccine for the particular strain of the virus in South Africa. Like during COVID, many people felt tempted that they wanted to acquire vaccines for themselves. But because we are a regulated economy and country, we wanted everything to be approved by our authority, SAPRA. Similarly, in this case, with cattle vaccines, SAPRA, our authority, will be the one single organization that will give approval. We will work closely with the private sector to enable an efficient rollout, and most importantly, we will ensure that commercial, private, and communal farmers have immediate access to vaccines. Now, I have established a task team made up of farming organizations, yes, farmer organizations and experts working together with the Minister of Agriculture and his department that will report to me every month about the progress we are making in dealing with the pandemic. Now, why do we do this? We do this because we've got experts. We've got people with great knowledge. We need to mobilize them. We need to bring them to work with government because they have the know-how and the wisdom. We have classified foot and mouth disease as a national disaster and will be mobilizing all necessary capabilities within the state to deal with this crisis. Our services sector, from digital technology to financial services, is growing. Our financial institutions are some of the best in the world, and they have the ability to compete in Africa and across the globe. We are attracting major investment in digital infrastructure with 55 data centers already built and more than 50 billion of investment expected over the next few years. Tourism is a vital driver of economic growth. With every 13 international tourist arrival, they support one job. Our tourism sector made history last year, recording the arrival of 10.5 million visitors from overseas. We must now promote unique cultural, historical, and natural attractions of our country to reflect our country's identity. This can include traditional festivals, cultural areas in our country, local crafts, historical sites, and natural landscapes across the country in rural areas as well. As we strengthen our criminal justice system, we will make areas safer for tourists to visit. In the coming year, we will extend the electronic travel authorization system to all countries that require visas, enabling applications for tourists to be processed digitally within a 24-hour period. Now, the biggest opportunity of all lies in the green economy. We are pivoting our economy to be a leading supplier of products which the world will rely on in decades to come. We are expanding support for manufacturing of green products for global markets, from fertilizer to jet fuel, chemicals to steel. From March this year, we will introduce 150% tax deduction for investment in new energy vehicles, while supporting the local production of batteries as well. International pledges to the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan now stand at approximately 250 billion rand. This is financing large-scale investment in manufacturing, infrastructure, as well as skills. South Africa has become the world's largest reserve of critical minerals. Our ore reserves are valued at more than 40 trillion rand, making mining a sunrise industry. After many years of declining investment in exploration, we are dedicating funds towards geological mapping and exploration to harness our critical mineral reserves. Just this week, the Industrial Development Corporation announced more than 300 million rand in funding for the Frontier Rare Earths project in the Northern Cape. This has the potential to become one of the largest and most and lowest cost new producers of minerals that are needed for smartphones, lithium batteries, and other products. Confidence in the future of South African mining was very evident during the mining indaba this week here in Cape Town. New gold, copper, rare earths, platinum, and coal mines are being opened. And black people are players, serious players in this industry now of late. And we are happy about that. At the G20 Leaders Summit in November last year, the G20 countries supported our proposal to expand local beneficiation of critical minerals and the export of finished goods. Critical minerals beneficiation that should take place at the source of extraction, right where the minerals are found. Over the course of the first 5 South African investment conferences, we were able to raise 1.5 trillion rand in investment commitments. To date, over 600 billion that was committed has flowed into projects. New factories, mines, and other facilities are being opened each year. We have now set ourselves a target of raising 2 trillion rand in new investments over the next 5 years. We therefore look forward to hosting the 6th South African Investment Conference on the 31st of March of 2026. To build a more inclusive economy, we are going to back those who create opportunity. If every small and medium business in South Africa could employ 1 additional person, we would create 3 million new jobs. But many of these businesses, a number of which are owned by women and young people, cannot get funding to start or to grow. Many struggle to find markets for their goods and services, and nearly all small and medium enterprises have to contend with a multitude of regulations, of bylaws, of licensing requirements, and bureaucratic hurdles. We take seriously the public comments on the draft business licensing bill, and will ensure that the final bill makes it easier, not harder, to start and to run a small business in South Africa. We will do that. This year, we will provide more than 2.5 billion in funding to over 180,000 small and medium enterprises and extend a further 1 billion in guarantees. Naturally, we will seek to also focus on women and youth-led businesses to foster their empowerment. And we will amend the National Credit Act regulations to make it easier to access credit at a lower cost. The transformation of our economy is necessary to drive sustained growth, to reduce inequality, and correct the injustices of the past. We are undertaking a review to refine, realign, and strengthen our broad-based Black economic empowerment framework to ensure that it supports greater transformation and inclusive growth. Now, all these actions will create a stronger economy and fix the foundations that were broken. It is a matter of national concern that too many South Africans remain unemployed and too many young people struggle to find their first job. That is why we are rebuilding the economy. We are creating work and livelihood opportunities on a scale through public and social employment programs. In places like Standerton in Mpumalanga, the presidential employment stimulus is creating work that matters, turning dumping sites into parks and empty yards into community gardens. The SA Youth Platform has provided millions of young people with access to work and learning opportunities for the first time. The Youth Employment Service, a partnership between business and government, placed over 200,000 young people in year-long work experience opportunities. This year, we will introduce regulatory changes that will make it much easier for businesses to participate in the Youth Employment Service and create jobs for young people. In the coming year, we will expand our public employment programs, including the Community Works Program and the EPWP and the Presidential Employment Stimulus. We will ensure that they are better coordinated, provide income support, skills development, and pathways into longer-term work, particularly for young people and women. To ensure that no one is left behind, we are implementing decisions to increase employment equity targets for persons with disabilities in the public service to 7% by 2030, and to mandate a 7% preferential procurement target across all government and public entities. Above all, however, a strong economy relies on a well-educated, capable, and skilled population. Our focus now is on establishing a firm foundation for learning in the early years of a child's life. We are expanding access to early childhood development through the Bana Pele mass registration of ECD facilities and an increase in subsidies for ECD learners. By making grade R compulsory, we are getting all our children off to a good start. We are intensifying efforts to fix the basic education system with a focus on early learning, literacy, numeracy, and mother tongue-based bilingual education. Now, we must congratulate the matric class of 2025, which achieved an 88% pass rate. Now, this is the highest pass rate in our history, reflecting both commitment of the learners and the interventions we have made to improve learning, but we also congratulate them for the sacrifices they themselves have made to get where they are. As we welcome improvements, workplace experience and employment, building on successful initiatives such as Job Boost. These reforms will ensure that various training programs that we have in government are a door to opportunity, not a dead end. To absorb the increasing number of young people passing matric, we will expand opportunities for young people to enter institutions of higher learning. I have directed the Ministers of Finance and Higher Education to work on a proposal for us to build more universities and TVET colleges for specialized areas of focus. An immediate problem is the great shortage of student accommodation at our institutions of learning. I have also directed the Minister of Higher Education to address this challenge, working together with financial institutions on innovative methods in which government can provide student accommodation. A stronger South Africa is built on strong communities, and strong communities look after their children. More than a quarter of children under 5 years are stunted, increasing their risk of disease and affecting their ability to learn and to grow. Now, this is devastating for children and their families and has an impact on our society as a whole. This year, we will embark on a mission to end child stunting and malnutrition by 2030 and tackle malnutrition amongst young children in line with the national strategy to accelerate action for children. We will focus on the crucial 1,000 days of a child's life, building on existing support such as the Child Support Grant, We will implement targeted interventions to ensure that pregnant women and low birth weight children get the protein and nutrients that they need. This is a massive crisis that demands attention and resources. Now, the medium-term budget statement that will be presented by the Minister later this year will set out a clear allocation for the actions that we need to take. A major contributor to child stunting is excessive alcohol consumption, which can affect a child's development during pregnancy. Alcohol abuse leads to violence, leads to road accidents and crime. Now, to address this scourge, we call on provincial governments to strengthen the regulation of alcohol by limiting the density of alcohol outlets, restricting trading hours, and ending the sale of alcohol in large containers. As national government, we propose measures to curb excessive alcohol use, including minimum unit pricing or higher excise duties and greater restrictions on alcohol advertising, which we are consulting with the stakeholders. Now, since it was introduced during COVID-19, the Social Relief of Distress Grant has kept millions of South Africans out of food poverty. As a transformative instrument to improve the lives of the poorest and the most vulnerable people, this grant will be continued into the future. This year, we will redesign the grant to more effectively support livelihoods, skills development, work opportunities, and productive activity. We know that most of the money provided through the social grants is spent on food and transport. In our cities and towns, most people live far away from workplaces and services. We are remaking our cities and reducing the cost of living for working families by expanding affordable housing and revitalizing commuter rail. We are introducing a new model for housing where people are given subsidies for ownership and rental in areas that are suitable for them. We are shifting from building houses for people to supporting them to build, to buy or to rent their own houses. Yesterday marked the 60th anniversary of the declaration of District 6 here in this city as a white group area. A couple of 100 meters from here where we are, more than 60,000 residents were forcibly removed and relocated to the Cape Flats. The destruction of District 6 is a painful reminder of our shared responsibility to redress the injustices of the past and to build vibrant and cohesive communities. The restitution claim lodged in 1998 affirmed the lawful right of former residents of District 6 and their descendants to come home. That return has required court supervision, detailed planning, and sustained public investment. Many homes have now been completed and handed over to verified claimants. With 500 million rand allocated to this work, we are proceeding with phase 4 of the construction. The restoration of District 6 is a goal we all seek and a responsibility that we must all shoulder. We are working to build a healthy nation. As part of preparation for the National Health Insurance, we are investing in health facilities, in personnel and systems to improve access to quality care. We will be undertaking substantial investment in health infrastructure, prioritizing the construction and revitalization of our academic hospitals. On a recent visit that I undertook, led by Minister Motsoaledi, to George Mkari Hospital in Ga-Rankuwa, I witnessed the dire effects of inadequate health infrastructure. Starting with George Mkari Hospital, we will be working with various public and private financing institutions to finance the building and revitalization of that hospital as well as other healthcare facilities. Now, as a nation, we are finally able to imagine a country without HIV/AIDS. In support of our program to prevent and ultimately to eliminate HIV, we will be undertaking a massive rollout of lenacapavir, a 6-monthly injection that has proven highly effective in preventing transmission of HIV. We are also working to end cervical cancer in our country by mobilizing society to ensure that every young girl between the ages of 9 and 15 receives HPV vaccine. Last year we classified gender-based violence and femicide as a national disaster. Now, through this classification, we are able to better coordinate our response and direct efforts towards the most impactful interventions. Building on the National Strategic Plan, we will mobilize all sectors of society through communication and social mobilization to challenge harmful attitudes and practices. We will continue to promote women's economic empowerment through training, financial support, and preferential procurement. We will strengthen law enforcement through faster investigation, improved case management, expanded sexual offences courts, and action against repeat offenders. We will scale up survivor center support, ensuring access to shelters, one-stop service centers, mobile and rural outreach, and the placement of social workers in our police stations. Illegal immigration continues to pose a risk to our security, our stability, and economic progress. We will address this problem while ensuring that the fundamental rights of every person in this country are upheld and protected. This year, we will take additional steps to secure our borders. Funding to strengthen border security will be prioritized, covering infrastructure, technology, and people. Now, key border posts will be redeveloped through public-private partnerships, and we will extend the electronic travel authorization to all international airports and the busiest land ports of entry. We are already using drones and technology to greater effect all along our borderline. The police, home affairs, and labor inspectors will work together to crack down on violations of existing immigration, labor, and other laws. Employers who hire foreign nationals without the required permits or visas will face the full might of the law. Now, to tighten enforcement, we will hire an additional 10,000 labor inspectors this year. As we undertake these interventions, we insist that the laws of our country must be observed by everyone. We will not tolerate violence and acts of lawlessness directed at foreign nationals. No foreign national should be unlawfully barred from accessing public facilities, including health facilities and schools. To build a stronger South Africa, we need an ethical and capable developmental state. A capable state needs committed and honest public servants with the right skills and a deep culture of service. Over the past year, we have passed significant new legislation to professionalize the public service. The Public Service Amendment Bill will protect key appointments from political interference and ensure that capable and qualified people are appointed to senior positions on the basis of their suitability for the job. Lifestyle audits have been made mandatory for senior public servants, reaching 93% compliance across departments. We are establishing a central registry for disciplinary cases across all spheres of government. This will prevent people who are facing or have undergone discipline action from being employed elsewhere in the state. We are continuing to improve governance and performance of state-owned enterprises like Eskom, Transnet, Denel, Prasa, and others. This includes the implementation of clear standards of appointment to ensure that the leaders of these entities have the right qualifications and experience. We will continue to work in a phased manner towards a centralized model of managing our SOE portfolio so that we can set standards, improve governance, and ensure financial sustainability to deliver on their mandates. This includes finalizing the National State Enterprise Bill, which will be done in this Parliament. We will harness digital transformation as a driver of growth, of inclusion and effective service delivery. This year, Home Affairs will launch the Digital ID to enable safe and secure use of digital services for all South Africans. We will digitize driver's licenses, matric certificates, and services at the Master's Office. Citizens will be able to fill out police statements online and eligibility for SASSA grants online and be tested remotely. All these services will be made available by my Mzansi platform. Soon, every South African will be able to access many of the services they need without having to visit a government office or filling out manual forms. This year alone, hundreds more bank branches will now offer smart IDs and passport services, decreasing queues and waiting times. We will also work with civil society to ensure that citizens' protections and rights are safeguarded through this digital revolution. For South Africa to be strong, our continent, Africa, must be at peace and it must prosper. To advance the values of our Constitution, to promote our national interest, we seek a world that is sustainable, just, and inclusive. In an increasingly volatile world, South Africa holds firm to the principles that defined our G20 presidency and underpin our foreign policy, which is solidarity, equality, and sustainability. Now, through our position in the African Union and the Southern African Development Community, SADC, we are advancing regional integration, peace, and stability. We know that we are using our international relations to support domestic economic priorities, including manufacturing, value addition, and export growth. We are contributing to the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area to expand trade between African countries, to drive industrialization, and to create jobs. South African firms, our banks, our farmers, our manufacturers will be leading suppliers to an African market of 1.4 billion people whose working age population will double in the next 25 years. We are building mutually beneficial relations with all countries on terms of equality and respect. Now, in a world where powerful nations often assert their dominance and influence over less powerful nations, our country's commitment to sovereignty and self-determination is sacrosanct. It is not negotiable. And we will stand firm on our sovereignty and promote our national interests, our values, and the rights of our people. We are clear that we will continue to respect the rights and sovereignty of other nations. But we must be equally clear that we will not be bullied by any other country in the world. We will forge strong partnerships with like-minded countries to increase our shared resilience to global disruptions. Building on our presidency of the G20, which all attest to having been very successful, we continue to advance the priorities of the Global South. Now, these include inclusive growth, debt relief, climate action, prevention, and peacekeeping efforts of the United Nations, the African Union, and SADC. We are proud of the participation of South African soldiers in peacekeeping missions in many parts of our continent since the advent of democracy. We have requested the United Nations to allow us to withdraw our troops from the UN mission in the DRC, where they were serving under MONUSCO, with a view of consolidating our own defense force and strengthening it. We cannot consider ourselves free as long as the people of Palestine, of Cuba, of Sudan, and Western Sahara, and elsewhere suffer occupation, oppression, and war. So, fellow South Africans, our nation has reached what many people are saying is a turning point. We are leaving behind an era of decline and turning towards an era of prosperity and growth. We have done much to overcome the effects of state capture, COVID-19, and the public unrest of 2021, and the devastating floods of the following year. We are turning towards hope, towards the reality of a better future for all. The progress we have made over the last 5 years does give us hope and encouragement. It shows what we can achieve when we work together. Now is not the time to rest. Now is the time for all South Africans to be part of taking our country forward. Last year, we embarked on a new chapter in our democracy, launching a national dialogue at a convention that brought together South Africans from across the country, representing all sections of society. Now, this year, this national dialogue process will spread across South Africa, reaching every community, every school, every university, every college, and every part of our society. Under the guidance of the Eminent Persons Group, consisting of prominent, respected South Africans and led by an inclusive steering committee. These public dialogues will give the citizens of our country the opportunity to raise their concerns, their aspirations and plans for the future. These public dialogues will culminate in a national convention where all these conversations will be brought together to outline the actions that we must take to build a better South Africa. These conversations will guide the formulation of an overarching national compact and the next phase of the National Development Plan by 2030. In building this national consensus, we must draw not only on the shared values of our Constitution, but on the unifying power of sport and the rich diversity of our culture. As we celebrate those who have reached heights of global achievement amongst us, we must appreciate how sport and cultural activities have helped to build a cohesive society. Harnessing the spirit of the women of 1956, the youth of 1976, and the people of South Africa in 1996 when they drafted the Constitution. The year 2026 must be a year of transformative change. This must be the year that we make South Africa stronger, not weaker. We must fix what we must fix. Local government. We must fight crime and corruption and restore trust in the criminal justice system. We must create jobs and livelihoods for every South African. And we must build a state that works for all the people of South Africa. Above all, we must ensure that this rising tide lifts every South African. As the economy grows, it should bring into its fold those who have lived on the margins. This is the time for all South Africans to rise, and we must rise together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, honorable members. You may take your seats. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. The House is still in procession. Order, honorable members. I thank the Honorable, the President, for a well-delivered State of the Nation address. After I have adjourned this joint sitting, members are requested to rise and remain at their places until the procession has left the chamber. The guests in the gallery should remain seated until the judiciary has left. The ushers will then indicate when doors are open. The procession led by the usher of the Black Rod and the acting Sergeant-at-Arms will leave the chamber in the following order: the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the President, the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, the Deputy Chair of the National Council.